Section 1. The Simpsons Time Capsule Problem. There is a town somewhere in America where time stopped moving. Not slowly, not gradually. It stopped all at once, like a clock that runs out of battery in the middle of the night, frozen at whatever hour it was when the mechanism finally gave out. The hands never move again. The face never changes. And if you walk past that clock every single day, after a while you stop noticing that it's broken. You start to think, maybe that's just what time looks like around here. That's Springfield. Not the Springfield of any one particular episode, but the Springfield that exists underneath all of them. The version of the town that persists between broadcasts, between seasons, between decades. The version that was there before you turned on the television and will still be there long after you turn it off. That Springfield has a quality to it that no other fictional town in the history of American television has ever quite managed to replicate. It feels permanent. It feels like it has always existed and will always exist, regardless of what the people living inside it do or say or forget. And the reason it feels that way is because of something very specific that the show does. Something so subtle that most viewers absorb it without ever consciously registering it. The Simpsons treats its own past as clay rather than stone. The history of the town, of the family, of every character who has ever walked through Springfield's municipal boundaries, is a living document that rewrites itself on a rolling basis. It doesn't erase the past, it reshapes it. It takes whatever version of history is most useful for the episode currently airing and quietly retrofits it into the official record without ceremony or explanation. This is not a flaw. It is the single most important structural decision the show has ever made. And understanding it is the key that unlocks everything else. Let's talk about what a floating timeline actually does to a fictional world when that world runs long enough. Most television shows with floating timelines are relatively short. A sitcom runs for 7 or 8 seasons. Characters don't age. Nobody worries too much about it because the show ends before the contradictions pile up high enough to become structurally problematic. The Simpsons has been running for 36 years. 36 years at an average of roughly 22 episodes per season. The contradictions are not just piled high at this point. They have formed their own mountain range, and the mountain range has its own weather patterns, and there are creatures living in the clouds up near the peaks that have evolved specifically to thrive in the thin air of Simpsons continuity. Here is what a floating timeline creates, practically speaking. When the show began in December of 1989, Homer and Marge's backstory was anchored to the late 1970s. Homer was born in 1956. Marge was born around the same time. They met in high school. They attended prom. They fell in love in an era defined by disco, the aftermath of Vietnam, and the particular cultural texture of American life in the years between Nixon's resignation and Reagan's election. All of that was specific. All of that was grounded. All of that gave the characters a sense of living inside actual history, rather than floating above it. By the mid-1990s, the floating timeline had already begun to cause interesting problems. If the present is always the present, and Homer is still in his mid-30s, then his birth year has to slide forward to accommodate. The late 1970s backstory starts to look a little strange, when the character who supposedly lived through it is clearly too young to have been born then. By 2005, the backstory had been fully rewritten to place Homer and Marge's youth in the 1990s. Their high school experience now involved grunge music, early video games, and cultural touchstones from a decade that didn't exist when the show first described their formative years. By 2015, the backstory had migrated again. And by the time you're watching this, Homer and Marge's origin story has been told, revised, and retold so many times that each version sits in the show's history like a geological layer visible if you know where to dig, impossible to reconcile with the layers above and below it. This is not an accident. The writers know exactly what they're doing. The backstory migration is a deliberate tool, deployed whenever an episode needs to reference the character's history without locking the show into a timeline that would force the characters to age. But the interesting thing, the truly interesting thing, is what this tool does to the characters as psychological entities. Think about what it means for a person to have an unstable past. Homer Simpson, at various points in the show's history, has been described as having grown up in the 1960s, the 1970s, and the early 1980s. He has had a childhood defined by the Cold War and a childhood defined by the cultural landscape of the Clinton years. He has had a mother who was radicalized during Vietnam-era protests, and a mother whose timeline doesn't quite align with any of that. His father fought in World War II and was also, depending on the episode, a farmer, a carny, a traveling salesman, and a man whose own personal history shifts depending on what the story requires. Homer Simpson does not have a past. He has a collection of pasts. He has a warehouse full of possible histories, and the show selects whichever one it needs from the shelf, dusts it off, and puts it on display for 22 minutes before returning it and closing the warehouse doors. And here's the question that should be bothering you. The question that sits at the entry level of this particular iceberg. Does Homer know? Not consciously, not in a way he could articulate if someone sat him down and asked, but somewhere in the murk of that crayon and radiation-damaged brain, is there some vestigial awareness that his own history doesn't quite add up? That the stories he tells about his childhood sometimes contradict themselves? That the timeline of his life, if you tried to draw it on paper, would look less like a line and more like a roadmap that someone had crumpled up and then partially smoothed out, with creases running through the most important junctions? There's an episode in Season 5 where Homer constructs an elaborate lie about his past to impress someone, and when the lie is eventually exposed, he doesn't seem particularly troubled by it. He moves on. He resets. But what if the lie wasn't a conscious construction? What if Homer told that particular version of his past because that version was as real to him as any other version? What if the lie wasn't lying so much as Homer accessing whichever historical file the moment seemed to call for? This is what the floating timeline does to characters over 3+ decades. It doesn't just change their backstories. It changes their relationship to truth itself. A character who has been given 6 different childhoods doesn't have a false memory. They have something more unnerving than that. They have a flexible one. Now go wider. Apply this not just to Homer, but to every character in Springfield. Marge has been a housewife, a painter, a real estate agent, a police officer, a bodybuilder, a prison guard, a celebrity chef, and a bowling alley owner. She has been all of these things across the show's run, and the show handles this by treating each career as a self-contained episode-length arc before returning Marge to her default state. The career isn't a character development. It's a temporary label. And when the label comes off, everything underneath goes back to the way it was. But here's the wrinkle. Marge remembers these things. In the rare moments when the show allows a character to reference their own history, Marge references her time as a police officer, her painting career, her various excursions outside the domestic sphere. These memories exist. They're just not allowed to change her. She holds the experience without being transformed by it. She carries the history without being shaped by it, which is either a very profound statement about a certain kind of person, the kind who experiences things without being permanently altered by them, or it's a portrait of someone whose capacity for memory has been quietly severed from their capacity for growth. Springfield's time capsule doesn't just preserve the characters, it paralyzes them. And the most unsettling thing about a paralyzing time capsule is that from the inside, it can feel indistinguishable from stability. To the person frozen inside it, nothing has changed because nothing changes. That's not peace. That's suspension. Consider what happens to guest characters who visit Springfield. They arrive from the outside world, which operates on normal time. They have histories that accumulate. They have experiences that alter them. They exist in a universe of cause and effect. And then they enter Springfield's borders, and for the duration of their visit, they too become subject to the town's peculiar temporal rules. Nothing they do in Springfield seems to follow them back out. The interaction ends and both parties return to their defaults, as if Springfield were a sensory deprivation tank that removes the friction of consequence from any experience that takes place inside it. The episode that crystallizes this better than almost any other is Season 8's Homer's Enemy. Frank Grimes arrives in Springfield as a man who has worked hard his entire life, struggled through genuine hardship, and built his competence through years of effort and sacrifice. He encounters Homer, who has achieved a comfortable life through a combination of luck, low standards, and the apparently limitless tolerance of everyone around him. Frank Grimes cannot process this. It breaks him. He cannot fit Springfield's logic into a mind that was built to operate in a world where effort produces outcomes and incompetence produces consequences. The show kills him. It's played as darkly comic, but the implication is precise. Springfield is lethal to people who haven't been marinated in its particular variety of temporal and causal unreality. Outsiders who take Springfield seriously, who expect it to operate on normal rules, don't survive the encounter. And this brings us to the time capsule's most important function, the one that doesn't get discussed nearly enough. The Simpsons time capsule doesn't just preserve the characters from aging, it preserves the audience's relationship to the characters. The reason people watch The Simpsons in 2025, with the same comfort they felt watching it in 1995, is not nostalgia in the simple sense. It's something more specific. It's the recognition that the Simpsons family has not moved on without you. Every other relationship in life involves the terrifying awareness that the other party is changing whether you're paying attention or not. Your parents age. Your friends evolve. The places you loved grow unfamiliar. Even the version of yourself you remember from 10 years ago has been replaced by someone newer, and you only find out how different they were by looking at old photographs and feeling a complicated kind of distance from the face looking back at you. The Simpsons family doesn't do this to you. You can leave for 10 years, come back, and they are exactly where you left them. The kids are exactly as young as they were. Homer is exactly as hapless. Marge is exactly as patient. The living room couch is exactly as orange. Nothing has grown away from you. Nothing has left you behind. The time capsule is not a story mechanic. It's an emotional promise. The show made this promise in 1989 and has kept it for 36 years. And the keeping of that promise, the deliberate, effortful, architecturally complex maintenance of the fiction that these people do not age, is one of the greats, but promises have costs. The cost of Springfield's time capsule is visible in the show's relationship to consequence. When nothing ages and nothing is permanent and history is clay rather than stone, then consequences become optional. The events of one episode cannot meaningfully alter the characters, because meaningfully altering the characters would introduce the kind of accumulated change that leads, eventually, to aging. So Springfield developed its reset mechanism, the mechanism by which catastrophic events are absorbed, processed, and eliminated between episodes. The town burns down. The next episode? It's fine. Homer destroys his marriage. The next episode, Marge and Homer are as they always were. Springfield is sealed under a dome by the federal government. 3 weeks later, life in the dome is apparently indistinguishable from life before the dome. Fans call this lazy writing. Some of it probably is, but some of it is something more deliberate, the show protecting the integrity of its core promise by ensuring that no single event, however dramatic, is allowed to crack the seal of the time capsule. There is one extended moment in the show's history when the time capsule was very nearly broken. The period between roughly Season 8 and Season 12, when the show was still generating stories complex enough and emotionally resonant enough to push against the boundaries of what a floating timeline could comfortably contain. The show was asking its characters to grow in ways that would have been transformative in any other context. Homer's intelligent storyline, Lisa's arc with her Buddhist conversion, Bart's genuine moments of emotional clarity that suggested the beginning of a real maturation. All of these were fires that burned right up against the edge of the time capsule's wall, generating heat without quite breaking through. The show chose each time to step back from the edge, to reset, to remind itself and its audience that the capsule was more important than any individual growth arc. And there's a version of that choice that reads as a tragedy and a version that reads as a mercy. The tragedy is obvious. Characters who could have grown, who were given the raw material for genuine transformation, were returned to their defaults because the show needed them to be available for the next episode. The mercy is subtler. The show recognized, perhaps before its audience did, that growth in fiction produces an ending, and Springfield is not allowed to end. Let's talk about what the time capsule specifically does to memory, because this is where the iceberg starts to go deep. In the real world, memory is the mechanism by which time passes inside a person. You remember your past, you experience your present, you anticipate your future. The relationship between those three states is what gives a human life its narrative shape, its sense of progression, its feeling of being somewhere rather than simply existing. Springfield's residents don't have this relationship with time. They have memories, but their memories don't accumulate into a personal history in any coherent way. They remember individual events but cannot string those events into a narrative that would imply the passage of time. Homer remembers the details of a specific embarrassing moment from his past but cannot calculate how many years ago it was. Bart remembers a prank he pulled but has no sense of how old he was when he pulled it. The memories exist in isolation, like photographs without dates, stacked in a shoebox without any organizational principle. This is not just the absence of continuity. It is the active presence of something else. It is the presence of a particular kind of consciousness that experiences events without situating them in time. A consciousness that can hold individual moments with perfect clarity while having no access to the thread that would connect those moments into something that could be called a life. There is a clinical term for this kind of relationship with memory, but it belongs to a very dark part of neurology, and the show probably didn't intend to evoke it, but it evokes it anyway, because 36 years of episodes is long enough to generate patterns that the creators didn't consciously plan. The Springfield time capsule, at its deepest level, is a story about what happens to people who are prevented from experiencing the passage of time, who accumulate experience without being allowed to organize that experience into development, who live in a permanent present that grows stranger and stranger the longer it persists, because the present that was frozen in 1989 has nothing to do with the present of the 21st century, and the gap between them. The gap the show papers over with new references and contemporary jokes, while keeping the characters identical, grows wider every season. Springfield is a town where it is always now. And in that always now, every mystery the show has ever generated sits intact, unresolved, waiting. Because in a time capsule, nothing gets resolved. Things just get preserved. And preservation is its own kind of haunting. The entry to this iceberg is the realization that the strange qualities of Springfield, the things that feel off, the things that don't quite, the edges that catch the light at a strange angle, if you look at them long enough, are not accidents of production. They are the accumulated evidence of 36 years of living inside a stopped clock. They are what happens when a fictional world is maintained so carefully that it starts to develop its own internal logic, its own physics, its own relationship to time and consequence that has nothing to do with the world outside it. Springfield's time capsule is not a narrative convenience. It is the most important fact about Springfield. Everything else we're going to explore tonight, every theory, every buried storyline, every character who knows more than they're supposed to, every reset that shouldn't have worked flows downstream from this one central fact. Time stopped in Springfield. And everything strange about that place is the consequence of time stopping, playing out slowly enough that most viewers don't notice any individual symptom, only the accumulation of all of them pressing against the glass. We are going to go through that glass tonight. We are going to look at what is on the other side, and we are going to do it slowly, comfortably, one layer at a time, the way you peel back something that has been sealed for a very long time. Get comfortable, this is a long way down, and this becomes the foundational strangeness of Springfield, not the three-eyed fish, not the billionaire who lives on radiation treatments, not the baby who may or may not have shot a man. The foundational strangeness is this. The characters cannot trust their own memories, because the record of what happened keeps being revised, and the revision happens so smoothly, so incrementally, so without announcement that nobody inside the story notices it occurring. Consider what Marge remembers about her wedding. The show has depicted that wedding multiple times. In the original telling, the ceremony was one thing. In subsequent tellings, flashback episodes, anniversary episodes, nostalgic references, the details have shifted. Not in ways that are dramatic enough to qualify as contradictions in the way that continuity databases flag them, but in ways that a very careful watcher would notice. The music changes, the guests change, the specific quality of light in the scene, the exact words of the vow. The show is not depicting the same event from different angles. It is depicting slightly different events and calling them the same one. This means that Homer and Marge do not share a single definitive memory of their wedding. They share a territory of overlapping plausibilities, a region of mutual recollection that is fuzzy at its edges in ways that neither of them can see because they are inside the fuzziness rather than outside it. When Marge thinks of her wedding, she thinks of something. When Homer thinks of his wedding, he thinks of something. These somethings are close enough together that the gap between them has never created visible conflict. But the gap is there. It is always there. The permanent slight mismatch between what the show said happened and what the show later implied happened, reproduced in the internal experience of the characters who supposedly lived through it. The floating timeline does not just change what the audience knows about the past, it changes what the characters know about themselves. It makes their relationship to their own histories contingent dependent on which version of events the show currently needs, rather than on anything that can be called a fixed record. And over 36 years, this contingency accumulates. Think of the specific kind of psychological instability that would result from living in a world where your memories cannot be trusted. Not because something terrible happened to your brain, not because you suffered some acute neurological event, but because the world itself keeps quietly retroactively adjusting the things you remember. You went to that place. Then the show needs the place to have been somewhere slightly different. The place shifts. Your memory of the place shifts with it, because the world confirms the revised version and your internal record follows. This is what gaslighting is, technically speaking, not the dramatic performance of gaslighting that we recognize in certain relationships, where one person aggressively and intentionally undermines another's relationship to their own memory. But the structural thing, the quiet, persistent, ambient undermining of memory by a world that presents a slightly different version of events every time you try to compare your recollection to the external record? Springfield gaslights its own residents, not through malice, not at the level of the floating timeline, which is a production convenience rather than a conspiracy. But the effect is identical to malice. The people of Springfield cannot fully trust their memories because their memories keep being quietly revised, and this revision is invisible to them because it occurs in the record rather than in their heads. This observation explains something that the show has depicted many times without quite framing it this way: Springfield's extraordinary emotional volatility. The town's residents and Homer specifically swing between emotional states with a speed and comprehensiveness that suggests an underlying instability. Not the instability of a personality disorder or a neurological condition. The instability of a person who is not sure enough of their own past to use it as an anchor, who cannot rely on what came before to give the present context and the future shape, who experiences each moment in relative isolation from the continuity that normally makes a human life feel coherent. Without a coherent past, each present moment is enormous. Each threat is existential. Each joke is the funniest thing that has ever happened. Each beer is the most satisfying beer ever consumed. Each donut is a transcendent experience. Homer's famous capacity for immediate sensory pleasure and immediate sensory distress, the purity of his reactions, uncomplicated by irony or historical perspective, is not just characterization. It is the experience of a person who lives primarily in the present because the past cannot be fully relied on. He is not stupid in this. He is adaptive. He has found a way to live fully and pleasurably inside a world that will not give him the stable past that normal psychological functioning requires. He has let go of the past not as a philosophical practice, not as a conscious choice, but because letting go of the past is what the past's instability eventually produces. You cannot hold tight to what keeps changing shape. You learn to live without holding tight. You learn to live in the immediate, and the immediate, in Springfield, is always the same. The same house, the same family, the same couch, the same television. The same beer, the same donuts, the same job, the same commute. These things do not change. These things are the stable center around which the revisable past and the uncertain future both orbit. Homer cannot trust history, but he can trust the couch. He cannot trust memory, but he can trust Marge. The couch and Marge, those are the fixed points. Everything else is clay. This is why the couch gag is the most important recurring element in the entire series. Not as a comedy device, though it is a brilliant comedy device, the way it takes the same small ritual and deranges it in a different way each week. As a statement, as the show telling you, every single week, that the couch is the center. That no matter what absurd derangement the world subjects to itself in the next 22 minutes, the couch is there. The family lands on the couch. The family is together. The center holds. Even when the center is being swallowed by a monster, or shot into space, or run over by a train, the center holds. Because the next week the couch is there again. Whatever happened to it last week has been repaired by the mechanism of the floating timeline. The couch is indestructible not because of any property of the couch, but because of the property of the show's commitment to placing the family on it. The time capsule is not a prison. It is a promise. The promise that the center holds. That the family is still there. That whatever happened out in the revision-prone margins of Springfield's history, the core is intact. This is what we tune in for. This is what 36 years of episodes has been building. Week after week. The way you build a thing, not by adding to it, but by confirming it. By showing up and confirming that it is still there. The Simpsons as a series is a 36-year confirmation that the family is still on the couch. Still together, still intact. Still themselves, whatever exactly that means in a world where everything that surrounds them keeps quietly shifting. That confirmation is worth something. It is worth more than coherent continuity. It is worth more than a resolved floating timeline. It is worth the 36 years of accumulated strangeness because it is the most important thing the show has to say, and it says it every week in the simplest possible way. The family lands on the couch, the music plays, Springfield continues, and we exhale a little, as we do every time something we love proves it is still there. Section 2. The Treehouse of Horror Continuity Conspiracy. Every October, The Simpsons does something unusual. It suspends its own rules. The Treehouse of Horror episodes, the annual Halloween specials that have aired nearly every season since 1990, are officially designated as non-canon. Events in these episodes do not count. Deaths are not real. Transformations don't persist. The story you watch in a Treehouse of Horror segment has no bearing on what happens in the following week's regular episode, and the show has always been clear about this, at least at the surface level. The problem is that the surface is not where the interesting things live. Because when you go back through the Treehouse of Horror archive, all 30-plus installments of it, spread across more than 3 decades, and you look not for the obvious things, the zombie attacks and the alien invasions and the parody vignettes, but for the subtler connections, the moments where a Treehouse segment plants something that later reappears in canon, the moments where the horror bleeds through the firewall that's supposed to contain it, you find a pattern that is either one of the most elaborate acts of storytelling in television history or one of the most unsettling coincidences. And the deeper you look, the less it feels like coincidence. Let's establish the framework first. The Treehouse of Horror specials are anthology episodes, typically consisting of 3 self-contained horror vignettes loosely tied together by a framing device. Early seasons used the literal treehouse in the Simpsons' backyard as the frame, with Bart, Lisa, and Homer telling each other stories in the dark. Later seasons dropped this framing for more elaborate wraparounds, but the basic structure of 3 distinct stories per episode has remained consistent. Each vignette parodies a horror film, a science fiction story, a mythology, or invents its own premise from scratch. The Simpsons family members, along with Springfield's supporting cast, take on roles within these stories, playing themselves or playing alternative versions of themselves in alternative versions of Springfield. Here's what's important to understand about these episodes before we get into the theory. The show tells you explicitly, repeatedly, and at the level of basic marketing that these stories don't matter. Non-canon doesn't count. Purely for fun, a sandbox that exists apart from the regular show's continuity. And then the show uses the sandbox as a testing ground. This is not a new observation in fan circles, but the extent of it, the full map of what the show has done across 30 years of supposedly non-canon horror episodes, has never quite been laid out in complete form. So, let's do that. Begin with technology. The Treehouse of Horror specials have introduced several pieces of technology that later appeared, in modified form, in canonical episodes. The most discussed of these is the matter transporter that appears in a segment parodying the film The Fly. Homer builds a teleportation device, accidentally merges with a fly, and the segment plays out the premise with typically Simpsons absurdist logic. Non-canon. Doesn't count. Except in later canonical episodes, the idea of Homer having built a fantastically complex device in his garage, something far beyond his apparent intellectual capacities, is treated as completely within the realm of possibility. The show never teleports anyone again, but the casual acceptance of Homer as accidental inventor is a trait that gets transferred from the horror sandbox into the main continuity. The template was laid in a Treehouse episode. The character trait was harvested and replanted in regular Springfield. This happens repeatedly. A Treehouse episode establishes that Homer can do something extraordinary, and then regular Springfield absorbs the possibility of that extraordinary thing without ever explicitly referencing where the possibility came from. There's something more interesting happening with the aliens. Kang and Kodos are the most consistent recurring presence across all Treehouse of Horror episodes. They appear in virtually every installment, sometimes as central players in a vignette, sometimes as a brief credit sequence gag, sometimes as literal background characters hovering in the distant sky of a scene set in regular Springfield. They are the constants of the horror universe, the anchors. And here's the thing about constants. Constants appear everywhere because they have to. Their purpose is to be reliably present across all contexts, to provide a reference point, to serve as a fixed position relative to which everything else can be measured. Kang and Kodos fulfill this function in the Treehouse episodes, but their presence in regular canon episodes is the detail that makes them interesting at the iceberg level. They have appeared in canonical Simpsons episodes, not just the horror specials. Their appearances in standard continuity are brief, often absurdist, treated as jokes, but they appear. They exist in regular Springfield. Which means that within the show's logic, the two recurring alien characters who anchor the horror specials are also real residents of the universe that contains regular Springfield. The firewall between horror and canon is permeable, and Kang and Kodos are the most visible evidence of this permeability. Every time they appear in a non-Treehouse context, the show is quietly acknowledging that the horror universe and the regular universe share more geography than the official framing suggests. Now let's talk about death, because this is where the theory gets genuinely strange. Characters die in Treehouse of Horror episodes all the time. Wholesale slaughter is a standard feature of the horror vignettes. The entire Simpsons family has been killed in numerous segments, along with most of Springfield's supporting cast. These deaths are absurd, comedic, grotesque in a cartoonish way, and officially meaningless because the episode is non-canon, nobody is really dead, and everyone will be fine when the regular episodes resume. Except, a very small number of characters have died in Treehouse episodes in ways that directly prefigure their fates or near fates in canonical episodes. The timing is too specific to be completely random. The method of death, or the circumstance of the death in the horror special, aligns with something that happens usually much later and with much greater emotional weight in a regular episode. The show is using the horror sandbox to rehearse. The writers try something in the non-canon space, test whether it works emotionally, and then bring a version of it into the main continuity at a later date, stripped of its horror special framing but clearly related to what appeared in the Treehouse context. This would be unremarkable if the Treehouse episodes were just rough drafts, barely finished ideas thrown into a Halloween wrapper. But they're not. They are among the most carefully written episodes the show has ever produced. The horror special is one of the primary showcases for the writing staff's real creative ambitions. Constraints are loosened, stakes can be genuinely raised within a single episode, and the writers can explore emotional territory that the floating timeline of regular Springfield makes unavailable in standard continuity. So, the horror sandbox is not where the writers go to do their least careful work. It's where they go to do some of their most exploratory, and exploration leaves traces. Consider the segment that directly parodies a Ray Bradbury story in an early season Treehouse episode. The story involves a library, a group of children, and a consequence that arrives when stories are destroyed. Within the confines of the vignette, this is a fairly straightforward horror premise. But the relationship between children and the power of stories, specifically the idea that destroying a narrative has real and irreversible consequences for the people inside it, appears in a modified form in at least 3 later canonical Lisa episodes, where Lisa's relationship to literature becomes a plot engine. The Treehouse version is loud and grotesque. The canonical versions are quiet and emotionally complex. But the thematic DNA is identical. This is not coincidence. This is the show using its non-canon space the way a composer uses a sketchbook to develop motifs that will appear later in finished work. The most significant example of this is harder to pin down to a specific episode because it operates at the level of the show's overall mythology rather than any individual plot point. Across the Treehouse episodes, there is a recurring suggestion never made explicit, never stated as a thesis, but consistently present in the imagery and the structural logic of the vignettes that Springfield is a place where the boundary between the living and the dead is unusually thin. Ghosts appear in Treehouse episodes because it's Halloween, and ghosts are appropriate. But the specific ghosts who appear, and the specific things they do, and the specific characters who can see them and the characters who can't, all of this maps onto the character dynamics of regular Springfield in ways that are too consistent to be purely accidental. Marge is almost always able to see or interact with the supernatural in Treehouse vignettes, while other characters remain oblivious. This is played as a character trait in the horror context. Marge as the perceptive one, the sensitive one, the person who notices what others miss. But take this trait out of the horror context, and it describes something that is also consistently true in regular Springfield, where Marge's role in the family is frequently to be the first person who recognizes that something is wrong, that some invisible problem is becoming a real one, that the situation everyone else is treating as normal is actually quietly catastrophic. The Treehouse episodes make this perceptiveness supernatural, because supernatural is the vocabulary of horror specials. The regular episodes make it domestic and practical, but it's the same trait. The horror specials are drawing from the same character pool and just translating the traits into a different register. Now here's the piece that makes this genuinely unsettling, rather than just interesting. If the Treehouse episodes are connected to canon in all the ways described above, if they share character, psychology, thematic development, technological history, and something approaching a shared mythology, then the question of why the show insists they're non-canon becomes much more interesting than the question of how they're connected. The official answer is practical. If Treehouse deaths counted, the show would have killed off its entire cast multiple times over by this point, which creates storytelling problems. You can't have Bart get eaten by a demon in October and then have him deal with a school-grade problem in November if the eating is canonical. The non-canon designation is necessary for the format to function. But a more interesting reading is that the non-canon designation is Springfield's version of the collective denial described in the first volume. The show knows that the Treehouse events are real. In some sense, they are processed by the same characters. They take place in recognizably the same town. They generate the same emotional responses in the audience as regular episodes. But the show also knows that acknowledging their reality would create narrative problems that the floating timeline cannot accommodate. So it applies the Springfield solution. It votes to declare the events non-canon. It makes it legally fictional to treat the horror episodes as history. The Treehouse of Horror is Springfield enacting, on a meta level, the same collective denial that Springfield enacts within its own fictional reality. The show is forgetting its own Halloween episodes the same way Springfield forgets its catastrophes. And for the same reason. Because remembering would change too much. There is one final element of the Treehouse conspiracy that belongs in this section and deserves its own consideration. The Treehouse episodes have, on multiple occasions, depicted the end of the world, the destruction of Springfield, the destruction of Earth, the destruction of the universe itself. These endings are played as gags, as black comedy punchlines, as the extreme logical conclusion of whatever premise the segment was built around. And then they're dismissed as non-canon, and the next episode begins in an intact Springfield. But here's what happens when you stack all of those world-ending Treehouse segments on top of each other and look at the cumulative image they create. Springfield has ended, repeatedly, in multiple distinct ways. By alien invasion, by meteor, by demonic takeover, by the logic of its own internal dynamics pushed to their breaking point. In every case, the ending was real within its episode and then declared not to have happened. Springfield is a town that has been destroyed and recreated dozens of times, and the only reason it still exists is that the show keeps invoking the non-canon exemption after each destruction. In other words, Springfield has survived the end of the world because Springfield refuses to acknowledge that the end of the world happened. This is funny, and it is also a precise description of something that is deeply strange. A place that can be destroyed indefinitely as long as nobody acknowledges the destruction. A town whose existence is maintained not by its own physical integrity, but by the collective decision to keep pretending that the last catastrophe didn't count. You can build almost any theory you want on top of this foundation. The coma theory fits, the radiation theory fits, the collective denial theory fits. All of them converge on the same point. Springfield is not a normal place, and its ability to persist after events that should have ended it is the central mystery of its existence. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are not a footnote to The Simpsons. They are the show's own recurring reminder that Springfield can end, has ended, is perpetually ending, and choosing, every November, to begin again. Let's talk about specific moments where the horror bleed-through is most clearly visible. Season 4's Treehouse special includes a segment called Dial Z for Zombie, in which Springfield is overrun by the undead, and the only solution involves magic books and a significant amount of cartoon violence. Within the vignette, a detail appears that has no specific horror genre function, a detail about the library's restricted section, about books that contain information Springfield's authorities have decided the public shouldn't access. It's a background joke visible in one shot and never referenced again within the episode. 3 seasons later, in a canonical episode about Springfield's history, the idea of restricted municipal documents records that someone has decided the town doesn't need to know about becomes a plot point. The mechanism is completely different. The tone is completely different, but the underlying idea, that Springfield maintains a category of information that is withheld from public access, flows directly from the treehouse moment in a way that suggests either the writers were thinking about it across those 3 seasons, or the show's mythology generates consistent implications regardless of what the writers consciously intend. Both possibilities are interesting. One implies intention. The other implies that Springfield has developed its own internal logic that produces consistent outcomes without anyone at the writing level necessarily planning those outcomes. A fictional world with its own internal logic that produces results independently of its creator's intentions is, to put it gently, a very unusual thing. It suggests that the world is complex enough and has been running long enough that it has started to generate its own momentum. Springfield has been running for 36 years. It is the longest-running scripted show in the history of American television. At some point during those 36 years, it stopped being purely a creation of its writers and started being something that partially creates itself. The patterns emerge not because someone planned them, but because the accumulated material is dense enough to generate patterns spontaneously. The Treehouse Conspiracy is one of the most visible examples of this. The horror episodes are connected to the regular episodes not through deliberate cross-referencing, but through the natural behavior of a fictional world complex enough to be consistent with itself, even across genre boundaries. Which is either wonderful or terrifying, depending on your relationship to the idea of a cartoon town that has become self-organizing. There is a moment in a late-period Treehouse episode where the show steps fully outside its own frame and addresses the audience directly, acknowledging the existence of the series as a series, breaking the fourth wall in a way that regular Springfield almost never permits. In that moment of direct address, one of the characters says something that lands differently when you've been sitting with the iceberg theory for a while. The character notes that Springfield always comes back, that no matter what happens in these October episodes, no matter how completely the town is destroyed, or the characters are killed, or the world is ended, Springfield will be here next week in exactly the same state it was in before the horror started. It's a meta joke. It's an acknowledgement of the format. It's the show winking at itself in the way it occasionally does. But it's also a statement that is factually accurate, in a way that goes beyond the joke. Springfield always comes back. Not because it's fictional, and fictions can reset whenever they want. Springfield always comes back because something about Springfield is persistently unkillable. Something about this place and these people is resistant to ending in a way that goes beyond simple narrative convention. The Treehouse episodes have been testing that resistance for 30 years. They have thrown every imaginable form of apocalypse at Springfield and watched Springfield emerge intact on the other side. And the consistent result of those 30 years of testing is this: Springfield cannot be ended from the outside. Every external force, alien, supernatural, technological, cosmic, has failed. Springfield has survived all of it. The only force that might actually be capable of ending Springfield is internal. The accumulated weight of its own unresolved questions, its own buried truths, its own maintained lies, pressing outward from the inside of the time capsule. That's not a Treehouse of Horror premise. That's just Springfield. The deeper you go into the Treehouse archive, the more the question of intention becomes unavoidable. Some of what bleeds through from October to the regular calendar looks like accident, a character trait that was established in a horror context and then reused without conscious reference to its origin. These are the low-level bleeds, the ones that fit comfortably within normal production explanation. Writers remember things they wrote, consciously or not. The horror sandbox is where certain ideas first got tried. The regular show used those ideas later. Coincidence, at the lower end of the pattern. But then there is another category, the high-level bleeds, the ones where the connection between a Treehouse moment and a later canonical moment is too specific, too detailed, too thematically loaded to be explained by the ordinary recycling of premises. There is a Treehouse segment in which Springfield's social fabric is torn apart by a force that turns out to have been present all along, invisible until it catastrophically reveals itself. The horror genre convention being deployed is the monster that was always among us, a standard but enduring horror premise about the presence of threat inside the community rather than outside it. The Treehouse segment plays this convention for comedy and horror simultaneously, which is the characteristic register of these specials. 3 seasons later, in a canonical episode that makes no reference to the horror segment, Springfield's social fabric is torn apart in a structurally identical way. The mechanism is different. The canonical episode deploys different specific plot machinery to produce its social rupture. But the shape of the rupture, the specific way it proceeds, from revelation to panic to collective action to the particular kind of damage that communities sustain when they discover an internal threat, is the same. The horror segment and the canonical episode are clearly depicting the same dynamic from different genre angles. If this were the only instance, it would be curious but not conclusive. The monster that was always among us is a sufficiently common horror convention that two deployments of it within the same show need not be connected. But it is not the only instance. It is one instance within a pattern of instances, and the pattern accumulates across enough episodes and enough seasons that the conventional explanation eventually becomes more implausible than the alternative. The writers are using the Treehouse episodes as a drafting space. They are developing premises in the non-canon horror sandbox, and then importing the premises that prove structurally interesting into the regular show, using the horror context's non-canonicity as a buffer against the consequences of getting it wrong. The Treehouse of Horror is the writer's room's testing ground for the regular show's most ambitious ideas. This makes the horror specials something more interesting than Halloween entertainment. They are the show's R&D division, the place where ideas that might fail in the regular show can be tried at maximum intensity, evaluated for what works in them, and then selectively imported in forms that fit the regular show's requirements. The horror genre's permission structure, its acceptance of death, transformation, consequence, radical alterations of the status quo allows certain ideas to be explored at a level that the regular show's constraints do not permit. And the regular show benefits. The specific ideas that do make it back across the firewall are consistently the show's most interesting canonical episodes, the ones that feel like they are doing something slightly more ambitious than the standard episodic sitcom formula allows. These are the episodes that fans remember most specifically, that get cited most often in discussions of the show's best work, that feel like they are operating at a higher register than the usual. The horror sandbox is where those episodes were conceived. There is one more thread in the Treehouse theory that deserves careful attention, and it is the most unsettling one. Across the full archive of Treehouse specials, there is a consistent pattern in how the horror resolves. Horror episodes typically end with the threat contained, defeated, or revealed. The monster is vanquished. The mystery is solved. The nightmare is escaped. The genre convention is that horror requires resolution, not necessarily a happy one, but a definitive one. The threat must be addressed. The Simpsons Treehouse episodes end this way too. The vignette concludes. The threat is dealt with. The segment is over. But the horror in Springfield does not resolve. Not really. Not at the canonical level. The threats depicted in the regular show, the radiation, the institutional corruption, the power plant's ongoing violations, Burns's sustained operation outside accountability, the mob's integration into civic life, none of these are resolved. They continue, season after season, not because the show is building toward a resolution that will eventually arrive, but because these threats are definitional. They are what Springfield is. Resolving them would not be resolving a plot. It would be resolving the show. The Treehouse episodes resolve their threats because the non-canon framing permits resolution. The regular show does not resolve its threats because they are too fundamental to the show's existence. What this means is that the Treehouse episodes are, in a specific and important sense, the version of Springfield where things actually get fixed, where the horror is acknowledged, confronted, and defeated rather than absorbed and forgotten, where consequence arrives and sticks. The non-canonical space is the space in which Springfield's problems can be genuinely resolved, because the resolution does not have to be carried forward. The canon cannot afford resolution. The horror sandbox can. And so, every October, Springfield does something it cannot do for the other 11 months of the year. It lets things end. It lets the consequences arrive. It lets the horror find its resolution. And then November comes, and the regular show resumes, and the threats that were definitively defeated in the horror segment continue undisturbed in the regular canon. The Treehouse of Horror is not just a special, it is a pressure valve. The one place in Springfield's calendar where the things that are wrong can be momentarily, non-canonically, fictionally right, and then the calendar turns, and everything goes back to wrong, which is, when you think about it, the most honest thing the show has ever done about the nature of the problems it depicts. The problems are not solvable within the regular show's logic. They require a different kind of logic entirely, the logic of horror, which insists on consequences, which insists on resolution, which insists that the threat be named and confronted rather than absorbed and forgotten. Springfield does not live in horror show logic. Springfield lives in sitcom logic, which is the logic of the reset, the logic of the loop, the logic of the system that maintains itself by refusing to be changed. Every October, horror logic briefly applies. Every November, sitcom logic resumes. That alternation, maintained for 30-plus years, is itself a kind of dark comedy. The show cycling between the mode in which problems can be solved and the mode in which problems cannot be solved, using the first mode as relief from the second, and then returning to the second because the first cannot be permanent. Because if horror logic were permanent, it would not be Springfield anymore. It would be somewhere else, somewhere that has consequences, somewhere that has endings, somewhere that does not reset, somewhere outside the loop. Number. Section 3. The Springfield Underworld. Springfield has a mob. This is not USP. This is not a fan theory. This is canonical, explicitly established, depicted on screen in numerous episodes across multiple seasons. Fat Tony D'Amico is a recurring character. The Springfield Mafia is a real organization within the show's universe. The existence of organized crime in Springfield is one of the show's least secret secrets. What is less often discussed is the degree to which organized crime doesn't just exist in Springfield, but organizes it. The distinction matters. A town that contains a mob is very different from a town that is run by one. And the evidence, assembled from across the show's 36-season run, suggests strongly that Springfield falls into the second category. Let's build this case from the ground up. Fat Tony makes his first significant appearance in the Season 3 episode Bart the Murderer. The setup is simple. Bart accidentally stumbles into the Mafia's headquarters at the legitimate businessman's social club and becomes, more or less accidentally, an errand boy for Springfield's organized crime organization. The episode is funny. It's a parody of mob movies. It treats the Mafia's presence in Springfield as a premise for jokes rather than as a serious structural element of the town's power dynamics. But look at what the episode establishes. The Springfield mob has a headquarters. It has a staff. It operates with sufficient openness that a 10-year-old child can walk into its front operation and be absorbed into its workforce within an afternoon. Principal Skinner, when he goes missing, is initially assumed by Bart to have been killed by the mob, and the episode treats this as a reasonable assumption for a child to make, which implies that murdering inconvenient people is understood to be within the mob's standard operating procedures. None of this is played as alarming. Springfield accepts the existence of its organized crime organization with the same equanimity it accepts three-eyed fish and a billionaire who blocks out the sun. The mob is just part of the landscape. But here's where you need to start paying closer attention. The mob in Springfield doesn't merely coexist with the town's institutions. It intersects with them in ways that should be raising very serious questions. Chief Clancy Wiggum is Springfield's chief of police. He is also, in several episodes, clearly aware of and in at least tacit accommodation with Fat Tony's operations. The show plays this as simple corruption. Wiggum is lazy and easily bribed, so he looks the other way when the mob needs him to. But the relationship between Wiggum and the mob is more consistent and more institutionalized than simple, occasional bribery would produce. Wiggum doesn't just fail to pursue the mob. He actively creates the conditions that allow the mob to operate. He directs resources away from organized crime investigation. He dismisses evidence. He arrests people who threaten mob operations and leaves mob operations themselves untouched. This is not a corrupt cop who occasionally takes money to ignore something. This is a police department that has been structurally adapted to accommodate organized crime. The two institutions, law enforcement and organized crime, have been integrated at the operational level to the point where they function as complementary rather than adversarial systems. And this integration didn't happen accidentally. It required establishment. It required, at some point in Springfield's history, a deliberate arrangement between whoever controlled the mob and whoever controlled the police. An arrangement that was then institutionalized, passed down, and maintained across administrations. The question of when this arrangement was made, and by whom, and what it cost each party, is never addressed in the show. But the effects of it are visible in almost every episode that touches the mob or law enforcement in Springfield, because those effects have been baked into the town's operating system. Wiggum's incompetence is a running joke. His failure to solve crimes, catch criminals, or maintain basic standards of professional conduct is a source of reliable comedy across hundreds of episodes. But look at the pattern of his incompetence. He fails consistently to pursue the mob. He fails consistently to investigate the power plant's violations. He fails consistently to look into any of the town's genuinely significant crimes, while devoting enthusiastic but ultimately futile energy to trivial policing problems. His incompetence is selective. It targets the specific areas where genuine policing would destabilize the power structures that run Springfield. This is either the most convenient coincidence in the show's history, or Wiggum's relationship to his job is not what it appears to be. He may not be simply incompetent. He may be incompetent precisely where incompetence is most useful. Who benefits from a police chief who cannot catch organized criminals or investigate industrial safety violations? Burns benefits. The mob benefits. Anyone who has built their Springfield operation on a foundation that would not survive serious scrutiny benefits. Now let's go deeper into Fat Tony himself, because Fat Tony is a more interesting character than the mob movie parody he initially appears to be. Fat Tony D'Amico is a cultural contradiction that the show has been quietly sitting with for over 2 decades. He is, on his face, a parody of a certain type of movie gangster, the gentlemanly, well-dressed, philosophically inclined mob boss who quotes Italian literature between ordering violence. The character is played for laughs. His relationship with the Simpsons family, and particularly with Bart, has a warmth to it that is tonally inconsistent with what he actually is. But the show has, over time, added layers to Fat Tony that don't fit the parody framework. He is a devoted father. His relationship with his son Michael, depicted in a later season episode where Michael befriends Bart, is genuinely tender. Fat Tony takes his son's emotional well-being seriously in a way that contradicts the mob boss stereotype the character was built to inhabit. He expresses genuine regret about the life he has led. He articulates, in uncharacteristically unguarded moments, an awareness that organized crime is a trap from which escape is practically impossible. These are not the traits of a parody character. These are the traits of a character who has been quietly developed over multiple seasons into something more complex than his original function required. And the complexity matters, because it suggests that the show's relationship to its organized crime subplot is more serious than the comedic framing implies. Fat Tony has been developed into a character with genuine interiority precisely because the show is not done with him in the way a simple parody element could be done with. He's being maintained. He's being deepened. He's being prepared for something. The show has never delivered the episode that Fat Tony's accumulated complexity seems to be building toward. The episode where his role in Springfield's hidden power structure is made explicit, where the relationship between the mob and Burns and Wiggum and the municipal government is laid out, where the full architecture of who actually runs Springfield is finally visible. But all the bricks for that architecture are there. They've been laid one at a time across 36 seasons. You just have to assemble them. So let's try. Springfield's power structure has 3 visible pillars. Burns owns the energy infrastructure, the mob controls the illegal economy, and has an arrangement with the police that insulates both from serious accountability, and the municipal government Mayor Quimby and the various officials who populate Springfield's civic institutions provides the public-facing legitimacy that allows the first 2 pillars to operate without constant federal intervention. These 3 pillars are not independent of each other. They are interlocked. Quimby is in bed with the mob. This is established explicitly in multiple episodes. Burns funds political campaigns and uses his economic leverage over the town to influence municipal decisions. The mob provides services enforcement, labor management, resource distribution outside legitimate channels that both Burns and Quimby use. The result is a system in which every major decision made in Springfield, every policy, every allocation of resources, every law that is enforced or not enforced, flows through an informal governance structure that has nothing to do with the democratic processes Springfield nominally operates through. Elections in Springfield are not entirely meaningless. Springfield has had different mayors at various points, and the political dynamics of the town shift depending on who holds office. But the elections decide who sits at the visible level of Springfield's power structure, not who actually exercises power. The people who actually exercise power don't run for office. They buy the people who do. This is not a controversial observation about how power works in real American towns. It is a normal feature of local politics in communities where a small number of people control the majority of economic activity. Springfield is merely an exaggerated, transparent version of something that operates with more subtlety elsewhere. But here's the Simpsons-specific wrinkle. The mob is not just a third pillar of Springfield's power structure. There is evidence, scattered across dozens of episodes, that the mob has a longer institutional history in Springfield than either Burns or the municipal government. The Springfield Mafia predates the current power structure. It is the foundation on which the current power structure was built. Fat Tony's operation is described, in a brief canonical reference, as having deep roots in Springfield's history, roots that go back generations. The implication is that the mob was there before Burns established his dominance, before Quimby's family became the municipal political dynasty they represent, before Springfield's current institutional landscape solidified. And if the mob came first, then everything that was built on top of it, the power plant, the city government, the police department, the school system, the commercial district was built according to terms the mob agreed to, was built on land and with resources that the mob, at some level, permitted to be used. The organized crime element of Springfield is not a complication of the town's otherwise normal power structure. It is the original power structure, around which everything else was later arranged. This reframes everything about Springfield's institutional dynamics. Burns didn't build his empire in a vacuum. He built it in a context where organized crime had already established the rules of engagement for how power was accumulated and maintained in this town. He either played by those rules or he made arrangements with the people who enforced them. Given what we know about Burns, his willingness to corrupt every institution he touches, his century-plus of operating at the intersection of legitimate and illegitimate power, his personal relationship with several generations of Springfield's underworld figures across multiple canonical references, the second option seems far more likely. Burns and the mob have a relationship. The show has hinted at this in ways it never fully commits to, but the hints are consistent. Burns uses mob labor when he needs something done outside legal channels. The mob uses Burns's legitimate business infrastructure when it needs a way to move money or resources in ways that don't attract federal attention. It's the classic symbiosis between organized crime and legitimate business. And in Springfield, it has been running long enough to be almost completely invisible because it has become the baseline. Now, let's bring in a character who sits at the intersection of all of these threads in a way that never quite gets its full examination. Sideshow Bob. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr. has no obvious mob connections. He is an intellectually sophisticated, operatically theatrical criminal who represents a completely different archetype from Fat Tony's gentlemanly gangster. Bob's crimes are personal. They are driven by ego, by grievance, by the particular flavor of wounded pride that comes from being a talented person who made catastrophically bad choices in pursuit of recognition. But Bob operates in Springfield. He commits crimes in Springfield. He is processed by Springfield's justice system, housed in Springfield's prisons, and released by Springfield's parole boards with a regularity that defies any rational reading of his criminal record. The mob doesn't need to have a direct relationship with Bob for the mob's influence to be present in the way Bob's cases are handled. If the mob has the arrangement with the police and the courts that the evidence suggests, then the dysfunction of those institutions, the dysfunction that allows Bob to keep getting paroled despite an extensive and violent criminal record, is the same dysfunction that allows the mob to operate without meaningful interference. Springfield's justice system is broken in a specific and consistent way. It fails at the top of the severity scale. It cannot hold serious criminals while functioning reasonably well at the lower levels. This pattern does not emerge from random incompetence. It emerges from a system that has been adjusted to produce this specific distribution of outcomes. Which brings us to the question that the iceberg poses and never fully answers. If you follow the organizational chart of Springfield's hidden power structure past Burns, past Quimby, past Wiggum, past the street-level operation of Fat Tony's crew, where does it end? Who is at the top? The show has never shown us. The show has shown us Burns at the apex of the visible power structure and has consistently suggested that the visible power structure is not the real one, but it has never pulled back far enough to show us what sits above Burns in the actual hierarchy. One possibility: nothing sits above Burns. Burns is the apex, and everything else, the mob, the government, the police is downstream of him. Burns is old enough to have established these relationships personally, in some cases over a century of operation. He may have created the current power structure rather than simply occupying the top of it. Another possibility, Burns is himself subject to forces that the show has never depicted, because depicting them would require the show to go further into the darkness of Springfield's power dynamics than it has ever been willing to go in a primetime animated comedy. There are moments in the show's history where something moves in the shadows above Burns. Moments where Burns seems cautious in a way that his position at the top of Springfield's visible hierarchy doesn't quite account for. Moments where his decision-making seems to be responsive to an invisible pressure that isn't coming from any character the show has introduced. These moments are rare. They're easy to explain away as plot requirements, but they're there, and they're consistent enough, across enough episodes and enough seasons, to suggest that Springfield's underworld does not end with Burns. If it doesn't end with Burns, then we are looking at a hidden power structure of genuinely extraordinary depth, one that has been operating in Springfield for the entire run of the show, without the show ever committing to depicting it directly. One that we can infer from the evidence but never quite see. One that exists, like so much of Springfield, in the gap between what the show shows you and what the show implies. Springfield's underworld is not a subplot. It is the substructure. The thing below the foundation on which everything else is built. And the fact that the show has spent 36 years walking across that substructure while never quite cracking it open to look beneath is either the most disciplined act of implied storytelling in animation history or the most significant unfinished business in Springfield's files. Either way, it's down there, and it's been waiting a long time for someone to open the right door. The mob in Springfield is not just a vehicle for Fat Tony jokes. It is evidence of something that the show knows about itself and has chosen to approach obliquely, through comedy, through parody, through the distance of humor that makes it possible to say true things while maintaining the fiction that you're just telling a joke. The joke is that Springfield has a mob. The truth, sitting underneath the joke, is that the mob has Springfield. The most revealing detail about the mob's integration into Springfield is not any single episode. It is the aggregate of what does not happen. Fat Tony is a recurring character. He appears in episodes across the full run of the show. He is identifiable, named, portrayed as a specific person with specific traits and a specific operational role. He is not a distant abstraction. He is a local business owner, visible in the community, present at civic events, engaged with the regular characters in ways that make his mob identity impossible to miss. And across 36 years, nobody reports him. Not in the way that would produce consequences. There have been investigations, there have been arrests, there have been episodes where Fat Tony and his organization face what looks like serious legal jeopardy. But the jeopardy never resolves into consequence that carries forward. Tony survives every legal encounter without the kind of structural damage that would reduce his organization's operational capacity in any lasting way. Think about what this means in terms of the actual citizens of Springfield, the ones who are not Homer or Bart or the main family. These are people who live in a community with visible, organized crime, who know that the man at the restaurant or the club or the social event is connected to an organization that commits violence and extortion, who understand, at the level of community knowledge, what Fat Tony is, and who continue, collectively, to not report it in ways that would produce consequences. This is not ignorance. Springfield's population is not unaware of the mob's existence. The show has never depicted the mob as operating with genuine secrecy. Springfield's residents know Tony is Tony. The non-reporting is a choice, an ongoing, collective, daily renewed choice to live alongside organized crime as though it were simply another feature of the local landscape. Like the nuclear plant or the tire fire or the butte, communities make this choice. Real communities, in the real world, make this choice regularly and for reasons that are not always simple. The mob provides things. It provides economic activity in sectors that legitimate business does not reach. It provides a certain kind of order enforcement outside the legal system. It provides the management of community problems that the community's official institutions either cannot or will not address. And it provides the specific kind of security that comes from being inside the arrangement rather than outside it, the understanding that as long as you are not the one the mob is interested in, the mob's presence in your community is not your immediate problem. Springfield has made this calculation and arrived at accommodation. The mob is part of Springfield's social contract. It has its role, its recognized position, its understood relationship to the other institutions of the community. And everyone's continued non-reporting is the daily renewal of the agreement that this arrangement should persist. Burns's relationship to this arrangement is the piece the show has been most careful not to directly draw. But consider the following sequence of facts, each individually established and canonical. Burns owns the nuclear power plant, which provides Springfield's electricity and employs a significant portion of its workforce. He has operated it for decades in violation of 342 safety codes. He has never faced regulatory consequences sufficient to require meaningful change. He has survived multiple challenges to his operation: public scandals, near-criminal investigations, the shooting without the kind of sustained institutional pressure that would require him to genuinely reform. Fat Tony and his organization operate openly in Springfield. They have a headquarters, a staff, an income stream, and established relationships with civic institutions. They have never faced sustained law enforcement pressure sufficient to meaningfully disrupt their operations. Both Burns and the mob operate in the same community, in mutually beneficial institutional contexts. Burns provides the legitimate business infrastructure that makes certain things possible. The mob provides the enforcement and political relationships that make other things possible, and neither has ever been successfully challenged. This is not a coincidence. It is an ecosystem. Burns and the mob are not simply two separate entities who happen to coexist in the same community. They are elements of an integrated system that sustains each constituent part through the combined weight of all its relationships. Each makes the other's position more stable. Each's immunity reinforces the other's. The system is more resistant to challenge than any of its parts would be in isolation. The mob protects Burns by providing the political accommodation and enforcement infrastructure that allows his plant to operate without accountability. Burns protects the mob by providing the legitimate business context within which certain mob operations can operate, and the economic stability that makes Springfield's political class dependent on the arrangement continuing. Neither can be unseated without the other being unseated simultaneously, which means unseating either requires confronting both, which requires a degree of institutional will and coordination that Springfield's compromised institutions cannot muster. Springfield's underworld is not a subplot that occasionally intersects with the main story. It is a load-bearing element of the town's structure. Remove it, and the building comes down. The show knows this. The show has always known this. And the show has spent 36 years depicting it in ways that are clear enough to be understood, but oblique enough to be deniable, present in the accumulation of detail rather than in any single explicit statement, visible in the pattern rather than in any individual scene. Springfield's underworld is everywhere in the show. It has just agreed not to draw attention to itself, which is exactly how it works. Let's consider the geography of Springfield's corruption, because geography is where corruption becomes tangible. Springfield has a downtown. It has neighborhoods, it has a commercial district and a residential spread, and the specific zones of the town that different economic strata inhabit. The show has mapped this geography across 3 decades of episodes, and if you pay attention to where things happen, which establishments are located in which parts of town, which characters inhabit which zones, which civic and commercial institutions cluster together, a picture emerges that is less innocent than the show's comedic surface suggests. The mob's establishments are not randomly distributed across Springfield. They occupy a specific zone of the town, a zone that is adjacent to the commercial district but slightly removed from the civic institutional center, close enough to the legitimate economy to interact with it fluidly, far enough from the formal centers of law enforcement that operational visibility is limited. This is not an accident of where Fat Tony's family happened to find real estate. It is the geographic expression of an institutional relationship. The mob is located where the relationship with legitimate commerce and civic power requires it to be, and where law enforcement's ability to monitor it is naturally constrained by the built environment. Burns's power plant occupies an analogous position. It is outside the town proper, visible from Springfield, connected to Springfield's economy, but positioned in a way that places it beyond the immediate geography of civic accountability. The smoke comes into town, the electricity comes into town, the money comes into town. But the facility itself, the cracked cooling towers, the luminous rats, the skeletons in the basement sits in a zone where it is not part of anyone's daily walkable experience unless they specifically go there. This geographic arrangement is deliberate. Burns did not build his plant in the center of town, where its operation would be subject to the constant scrutiny of a nearby population. He built it where it could operate at the scale it needed to operate without the constraints that proximity to the civic center would impose. The geography of the plant is the physical expression of its relationship to accountability, sufficiently connected to benefit from Springfield's economy and infrastructure, sufficiently separated to avoid the monitoring that close proximity would enable. The mob and Burns occupy the same geographic logic, embedded in Springfield's economy and institutional life, physically positioned to minimize regulatory and legal exposure. This shared spatial logic is further evidence of the shared institutional logic, the arrangement between power and shadow power that defines Springfield's governance. And the civic center, the city hall, the police station, the courthouse, the institutions that nominally govern this arrangement sits between the two, neither fully oriented toward the plant nor fully oriented toward the mob's establishments, performing the function of visible institutional order, while the actual ordering of Springfield's power occurs in the zones on either side. The geography of Springfield is the map of its corruption, not a map that any of its residents have been asked to read, or would know how to read if they were, but a map that is there. In every establishing shot, in every moment where the show's visual language positions these institutions relative to each other, the map is being drawn. Springfield's layout tells the story the narrative will not tell directly. Section 4. Sideshow Bob's impossible parole record. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr. has been released from prison 11 times. 11. Over the course of the show's run, Sideshow Bob has been convicted of attempted murder, actual attempted murder, various forms of assault, criminal conspiracy, identity fraud, elaborate plot construction, and in at least one canonical instance, the intent to detonate a nuclear weapon. He has been convicted of trying to kill Bart Simpson on multiple occasions. He has been convicted of trying to kill his own brother. He has been convicted of crimes against the state, crimes against individuals, and crimes against the general principle that people should be allowed to exist without being threatened by a tall man in a clown costume. And he keeps getting out. The parole board sequences in Sideshow Bob episodes are among the show's most beloved recurring gags. Bob stands before the board, articulates his case for release with extraordinary intellectual elegance, and is granted parole over the objections of Bart Simpson, who arrives at each hearing to argue that releasing Bob will result in his death. The board weighs the testimony. Bob wins. Bob is released. Chaos ensues. It's funny. It's one of the show's best running jokes. And underneath the joke, at the iceberg level, it is one of the most damning pieces of evidence for the complete institutional corruption of Springfield's legal system. Start with the most basic question. How is Sideshow Bob eligible for parole at all? The first offense framing Krusty the Clown for armed robbery is, in isolation, a serious crime but theoretically pero label. Bob served time. He expressed remorse, however insincere. A parole board, looking at his record at that point, with no subsequent offenses, might reasonably grant release. What should have happened after the first attempted murder of Bart Simpson is that parole eligibility should have been dramatically restricted, if not eliminated entirely. A person who has used their parole from one conviction to immediately attempt the murder of a child has demonstrated, with maximum possible clarity, that they are not a suitable candidate for community release. Bob was reincarcerated, and then paroled again, after the second attempt, and the third, and so on. At some point in any functional legal system, a person's demonstrated inability to exist outside prison without immediately attempting to commit the crimes they were imprisoned for should result in that person not being released from prison. This is not a controversial legal standard. This is the basic principle behind sentences that reflect the actual danger a person poses to the community. Springfield's parole board does not operate on this principle. It operates on a principle that produces a consistent outcome regardless of Bob's criminal history. Bob is released whenever the show needs him to be released. The legal justification changes from episode to episode. Sometimes Bob makes an eloquent argument for his rehabilitation. Sometimes new evidence emerges. Sometimes administrative errors facilitate his release. The mechanism varies. The result is constant. This consistency is the evidence. Not any individual parole decision, but all of them together, forming a pattern that no functional legal system would produce. So the question becomes, is Springfield's parole board merely incompetent, or is it compromised? Incompetence would produce inconsistent results. Sometimes Bob gets out, sometimes he doesn't, depending on which particular board members are present and how well he argues his case. Incompetence is chaotic. It fails randomly. What Springfield's parole board does is not random. It fails in a specific direction, consistently, over more than 2 decades of episodes. Every time Sideshow Bob is brought before the board, regardless of his recent criminal history, regardless of the eloquence or absence of eloquence of the arguments against his release, he is released. That consistency is the signature of a system that has been adjusted to produce a specific outcome, not a system that fails randomly. Now, who benefits from Sideshow Bob being in the community rather than in prison? This is where the question becomes interesting, because the obvious answer, nobody benefits, his releases are simply the result of Springfield's institutional dysfunction, is less satisfying than it initially appears. Bob has connections. His family, the Terwilliger family, is established across several episodes as having social standing in Springfield well above what his criminal record would normally permit to survive. His brother Cecil has held public positions. His parents have been depicted as respected community members. The Terwilliger name carries weight in Springfield's social hierarchy, despite or perhaps because of the family's relationship with some of its town's darker institutions. There's also Bob's intelligence. He is, as repeatedly established, one of the most intellectually capable characters in Springfield. His range of knowledge, his facility with language, his ability to construct and execute elaborate plans, these are the traits of someone who, in a different context, would be an extremely valuable asset to anyone who needed sophisticated planning done. A person with Bob's capabilities, who has also demonstrated a complete willingness to commit serious crimes in pursuit of goals he's committed to, is exactly the kind of person that a sophisticated criminal organization might want to keep available. The mob doesn't need to be directly involved in Bob's parole decisions for his consistent release to serve their interests. If the mob's influence over Springfield's legal system is as comprehensive as the evidence suggests, then the system would naturally produce outcomes favorable to people with certain profiles: intelligent, capable, willing to act outside the law, and connected to Springfield's social infrastructure in ways that give them ongoing utility. Sideshow Bob is never depicted working with or for the mob. The show has been careful about this. But the show has also been careful about depicting most of Springfield's shadow arrangements, and the absence of depiction has never been evidence of absence in this town. There's another dimension to the Sideshow Bob parole mystery that gets less attention, but is equally strange. The parole board isn't the only institution that keeps returning Bob to the community. Springfield's various civic and cultural institutions have also repeatedly engaged Bob in professional contexts after his convictions. He has been employed in community theater. He has been given access to public performances. He has been treated, outside the specific context of his attempted murders, as a functioning member of Springfield's cultural life. This treatment is inconsistent with how any community would actually handle a repeated violent offender. It suggests either a very short community memory which fits the general Springfield amnesia model, or the operation of some social framework that insulates Bob from the full consequences of his record in civic life, even when the legal system's insulation fails. Given the size of the Terwilliger family's social footprint in Springfield, the social framework explanation is more compelling. Bob is protected, at the community level, by a network of relationships and social capital that his family accumulated before he began his criminal career, and that his criminal career has not fully depleted because the family's connections are deep enough to survive. Individual members' catastrophic choices. This is how old money and old social connections actually work in small communities. The family's standing predates the individual's misbehavior by enough generations that the standing can absorb the misbehavior without being destroyed by it. The community continues to engage with the family even while publicly disapproving of the individual, because the family's connections are too valuable to sever over something as relatively recent as a few attempted murders. Which tells us something about how long the Terwilliger family has been embedded in Springfield's social fabric, long enough for their standing to be structural rather than personal, long enough to be resilient against individual scandals, and which, in turn, raises the question of what the Terwilliger family has been doing in Springfield for all of that time. What those deep roots are attached to. What, in Springfield's hidden history, the Terwilliger name is connected to. The show doesn't tell us, but it has, across the Sideshow Bob episodes, been dropping details that suggest a Terwilliger family history that goes back significantly further than any of the episodes have chosen to explore directly. There's Cecil, Bob's brother, who was revealed in one episode to have been plotting an elaborate scheme involving Springfield's dam and municipal infrastructure. Cecil's scheme required access to resources and institutional positions that would have been impossible for an outsider to obtain. He was embedded in Springfield's municipal bureaucracy in a way that suggested either extraordinary luck or extraordinary connections. Given what we know about how Springfield's institutions actually operate, luck seems unlikely. There's the episode where Bob is briefly reconciled with his family, and the family dynamic, the specific way in which the Terwilligers interact with each other and with the world around them, suggests a household that was shaped by an awareness of power and its mechanics that most Springfield families don't have. The Terwilligers know how things work, not just operationally, the way an intelligent person figures out how systems function. They know in the way that people know things when they've been adjacent to the machinery of power long enough to have absorbed it. What Springfield's courts are really protecting, when they keep releasing Sideshow Bob, may not be Bob at all. They may be protecting the interests of whatever the Terwilliger family represents in Springfield's hidden power structure, the interests that Bob's imprisonment inconveniences, that his release serves, and that are significant enough to override the basic standards of public safety that every other community manages to maintain. Bob himself may not be aware of this. He may genuinely believe that his parole successes are the result of his own eloquence and the parole board's susceptibility to rational argument. He may have no idea that the real reason he keeps getting out has nothing to do with how well he presents himself and everything to do with who his family is and what they're connected to. This would explain one of the most persistent peculiarities of the Sideshow Bob character. His rage at the injustice of his situation, combined with his inability to see the way in which the system actually accommodates him. Bob is furious at Springfield's institutions while simultaneously benefiting from their corruption in a way that he cannot perceive, because perceiving it would require him to acknowledge that his repeated releases are not the result of his own merit. The man who wants to destroy Bart Simpson for thwarting his plans cannot acknowledge that the system keeps putting him back in a position to make plans because he is protected by forces he doesn't understand. This is a kind of irony that The Simpsons specializes in, a character defined by their intelligence, who is systematically blind to the most important fact about their own situation. Sideshow Bob thinks Springfield's legal system keeps releasing him because he's smarter than it. The truth, if the evidence holds, is that Springfield's legal system releases him because it's been asked to. By whom? The answer is buried in the Terwilliger family history that the show keeps almost exploring and then stepping back from. In whatever connection exists between that family's deep Springfield roots and the shadow structure that runs things underneath the visible surface of civic life. It's down there, like everything in Springfield that matters, waiting for someone to look directly at it. The final piece of the Sideshow Bob puzzle is the one the show has been building toward without ever delivering. Across 35 years of attempted murders and parole hearings, and elaborate schemes and unexpected moments of genuine pathos, Bart Simpson is the target that Bob cannot reach. Bart is the person whose life Bob has dedicated an extraordinary portion of his own life to ending, and he has failed every time. The failure has become central to Bob's identity in a way that has gradually transformed it from obsession to something more complex. A relationship, perhaps the most consequential relationship in Bob's adult life, with the child whose survival has become the recurring proof of Bob's inadequacy. What does it mean that the most capable person in Springfield, the most intelligent, the most elaborately educated, the most strategically sophisticated, has dedicated his formidable gifts to the elimination of a 10-year-old boy and has failed, repeatedly, across decades of attempts? It means either that the universe keeps protecting Bart in ways that exceed Bob's ability to overcome them, or it means that Bart is more than he appears, that the same quality that makes Bart the target, his fundamental unkillability, his ability to be at the center of catastrophe and emerge intact, is something that exists outside the normal parameters of what a person, even an extraordinarily capable one, can overcome. Bart Simpson, like everything in Springfield, cannot be ended. He just keeps coming back. And Sideshow Bob, like Springfield itself, keeps trying to change that fact and keeps finding that the loop he's trapped in is more durable than he is. What makes the Sideshow Bob problem genuinely interesting at the level of character, rather than just at the level of institutional dysfunction, is the question of what Bob actually wants. The show presents his desire straightforwardly. He wants to kill Bart. This is the surface answer. It is the answer that drives the plot of every Bob episode, the answer that produces the comedy of his elaborate and consistently foiled schemes, the answer that gets repeated across however many appearances he makes. He wants Bart dead. Everything else follows from that. But the surface answer does not hold up to extended examination. If Bob simply wanted Bart dead, he would have killed Bart. Bob is extraordinarily intelligent. His planning capabilities are genuinely impressive. His patience is almost inexhaustible. He has had, across multiple episodes, opportunities that were more than sufficient to accomplish the stated goal. Opportunities that a person of his intelligence and planning capacity should have been able to exploit. And in each of those opportunities, something has intervened. Sometimes it is an external obstacle, but sometimes, and this is the pattern that the surface reading cannot account for, the obstacle is Bob himself. There are moments in Bob episodes where Bob has Bart in a position from which escape is essentially impossible, and then does something that gives Bart enough time to escape. Not always dramatically, not always in a way the episode draws explicit attention to, but the pattern is there, visible across the full archive of his appearances. Bob consistently engineers his own defeat. The most famous instance is the full theatrical performance of the HMS Pinafore in a moment when he could simply act. The comedy is the opera going on too long, but beneath the comedy is something stranger. Bob chose to give Bart a performance before the killing. He extended the situation. He gave it aesthetic value before it was supposed to end, and Bart escaped. Why does an evil genius deploy a Gilbert and Sullivan opera as a murder device? Because the evil genius does not actually want the thing he says he wants. He wants the situation. He wants the encounter. He wants the specific dynamic with Bart the cat and mouse, the pursuit and evasion, the ongoing relationship that his stated goal, if accomplished, would terminate. Bob has been in pursuit of Bart for the full duration of his time on the show. This pursuit is the structuring fact of his adult life. It gives him purpose, focus, an organizing principle around which to construct his considerable intelligence and his considerable capacity for planning. Without Bart, Bob is a brilliant man with no object for his brilliance. Without the pursuit, he is a talented person whose talents have no direction. Bart is not Bob's target. Bart is Bob's purpose. This reading transforms the entire arc of Bob's story. He is not a villain who keeps failing to accomplish his goal. He is a person who keeps generating the conditions for the pursuit to continue, because the pursuit is the only structure that gives his life meaning. His repeated failures are not embarrassments, they are achievements. Each failure extends the relationship, preserves the dynamic, continues the only thing in his life that fully engages him. And Bart, to a degree the show hints at but never fully develops, returns something of this. Not consciously, not in a way Bart would acknowledge. But Bart's engagement with Bob is qualitatively different from his engagement with other threats. He takes Bob seriously in a way he does not take most dangers seriously. He is alert, creative, and at his most competent in the context of Bob's schemes. The Bob episodes are the episodes where Bart is most fully himself, most intelligent, most resourceful, most genuinely challenged. Bob makes Bart better, just as Bart makes Bob purposeful. They need each other in a way the show has been building toward a direct acknowledgement of for 20 years without quite arriving. The episode that finally confronted this, where Bob is given the opportunity to kill Bart and ultimately does not resolve the dynamic in the only way that was consistent with everything the show had established about both characters. It acknowledged that the relationship was the point, that the goal was never the goal, that the pursuit was what they both needed. And then, because Springfield cannot allow that kind of resolution to stick, the relationship reset. Bob continued as a recurring threat. Bart continued as the target. The insight was acknowledged and then sealed away, in the same way Springfield seals away everything that threatens to tell the truth about itself too directly. But it had been said, and saying it changed what all the previous Bob episodes meant retroactively. Every elaborate failure, every over-engineered scheme, every moment of inexplicable restraint that had looked like incompetence, all of it now readable as Bob's unconscious management of a relationship he could not consciously acknowledge needing. Sideshow Bob is not a villain. He is a person who invented villainy as a way of having something to do with his considerable gifts in a world that offered him nowhere else to put them. The villainy is his career, and like all careers, it is also his excuse. His reason to keep showing up, his justification for the relationship that gives his life its structure. Springfield keeps letting Bob out because, at some level, the institution cannot articulate. Springfield needs Bob out. The town needs the dynamic to continue. It needs the pursuit to go on. Because a Springfield where Bob is permanently incarcerated is a Springfield where Bart Simpson is just a kid in a small town with no worthy adversary. And that is a much smaller, much less interesting place than the Springfield where a brilliantly evil former clown sidekick keeps escaping from prison specifically to be outwitted by a 10-year-old. The system maintains the dynamic because the dynamic is more valuable to Springfield's story than any ending would be. Which is, again, what Springfield does with everything. It maintains the thing. It preserves the relationship. It refuses the ending. Even Sideshow Bob cannot end, in a town that has made refusing endings its primary institutional commitment. The specific detail that the show has most carefully avoided examining in the full context of the Bob situation is the question of Bart's feelings about it. Bart has been the target of Sideshow Bob's repeatedly stated desire to kill him since Bob's first major episode. This is a fact of Bart's life, a recurring and serious threat from an adult with significant capabilities. Bart has handled it with characteristic bravado, with creativity, with the specific kind of competence under pressure that the Bob episodes are designed to showcase. He has survived. He has foiled every scheme. He has won every confrontation. But he is 10 years old. And a 10-year-old who has repeatedly faced a credible threat to his life from a brilliant and persistent adult adversary does not simply process that experience through bravado and emerge unchanged. The experience leaves a mark. The experience of being specifically targeted, of knowing that a person of significant intelligence has dedicated substantial effort and planning to ending your life, it not a mark that childhood resilience erases. The show has glimpsed this occasionally. In episodes where the Bob threat is revisited, there are moments usually brief, usually quickly submerged under comedy where Bart's relationship to the situation shows something more complicated than pure bravado. A moment of genuine fear, a moment where the scale of what has been done to him, the years of it, the accumulated weight of repeated threat briefly surfaces before the comedy reasserts itself. These moments are the show being honest in the intervals between jokes. And what the honesty reveals is that Bart carries the Bob situation differently than the show usually allows itself to depict. He carries it with the specific weight of a child who has been told, repeatedly and credibly, that someone wants him dead and who has survived, repeatedly, without anyone in the adult world fully addressing the threat at the level it deserves. The adults around Bart are not unaware. Chief Wiggum is aware. Homer and Marge are aware. The fact of the threat is publicly known and periodically responded to through the mechanisms of a justice system that consistently fails to actually contain it. But the awareness and the response together produce a result that is, from Bart's experiential position, roughly equivalent to knowing that the threat is real and knowing that the system designed to protect you from it cannot reliably do so. This is an unusual developmental experience. It produces a specific relationship to authority, a relationship in which authority is understood to have genuine limitations, in which protection is understood to be contingent rather than guaranteed, in which the most reliable source of safety turns out to be one's own quick thinking rather than institutional protective mechanisms. This is who Bart is, and the Bob situation is not incidental to that formation, it is central to it. The years of facing a threat that the adult world could not reliably contain produce the child who has learned to rely primarily on himself, who approaches authority with the specific skepticism of someone who knows from experience that authority's claims to be protective are not always backed by actual protective capacity. Bart's relationship to Sideshow Bob has made Bart who he is in ways the show has been too committed to the comedy of the situation to directly examine. The threat produced the child. And the child, formed by the threat, is exactly the kind of person most capable of surviving in a Springfield where the adult world's protective promises are consistently unreliable. Bob made Bart, in a sense, not in the way Bob intended, but in the way that the specific adversity we survive at formative moments contributes to the specific people we become. Section 5. The secondary characters who remember everything. Springfield has a memory problem. This has been established. The town resets, the catastrophes are forgotten, the major events that should reshape the community's relationship to its own history are absorbed and processed away between episodes, leaving no visible trace. But here's the thing about collective amnesia. It's collective, which means that for the rule to hold, everyone has to be forgetting. And when you look closely at Springfield's supporting cast, not the Simpsons family, not the major recurring characters who are subject to the same reset logic as the main family, but the secondary and tertiary characters who populate the background of Springfield's civic and commercial life, you find something unexpected. Some of them remember, not dramatically, not in a way that drives plots or creates confrontations, but in small, consistent ways that accumulate across episodes into a portrait of a segment of Springfield's population that is somehow exempt from or resistant to the town's institutional forgetting. The most obvious example is Comic Book Guy. Jeffrey Albertson, known to the Springfield community almost exclusively by his nickname and his occupation, appears in the background of Springfield scenes with a frequency that places him among the show's most visible secondary characters. He runs the Android's Dungeon and baseball card shop. He is contemptuous of almost everything. He documents and catalogs his own opinions with the obsessive thoroughness of a man for whom external storage of internal states is a primary life activity. And he remembers things. Specific things, details from Springfield's history that other characters have demonstrably forgotten, which he references in the deadpan, arch manner of someone who finds the general amnesia around him professionally useful, rather than socially distressing. In multiple episodes, Comic Book Guy references events from previous seasons with an accuracy and specificity that is inconsistent with the general amnesia the show otherwise depicts. He treats Springfield's history as a catalogued archive rather than an erased one. He is the only character in Springfield who seems to have noticed, and to find mildly amusing, the degree to which everyone else has forgotten. Why would a comic book store proprietor be immune to the town's forgetting? Why would someone whose professional life involves the careful preservation and documentation of narrative continuity in fictional texts be the person in Springfield most reliably in possession of an accurate memory of real events? The answer, when you hold it up to the light, is almost too neat. Comic Book Guy's immunity to Springfield's forgetting is a function of his professional habits. He treats Springfield the way he treats his inventory as a collection of items with histories, whose value depends on maintaining accurate provenance. He cannot afford, professionally or psychologically, to adopt the general Springfield practice of treating the past as flexible. His entire identity is built on the principle that continuity matters, that the record is the thing, that what something is cannot be separated from what it was. This is the exact opposite of how Springfield's institutions operate. Springfield's institutions treat the past as clay that serves the present. Comic Book Guy treats it as stone that determines the present. He is, by disposition and by trade, a continuity absolutist in a town that has declared continuity optional. And he is not alone. Groundskeeper Willie, Springfield Elementary's Scottish groundskeeper, shows similar traits, though his are less obviously rooted in professional habit. Willie remembers things. He references previous Springfield catastrophes with a specificity that suggests genuine retention rather than the general blur that other characters display. His memory of specific indignities, both personal and civic, is remarkable for its accuracy and its emotional precision. Willie is angry about things that happened a long time ago and that other Springfield residents have forgotten about, and the things he is angry about are real things, not manufactured grievances. This makes Willie functionally anomalous in Springfield. He is a man who feels the accumulated weight of events that the town around him has forgotten, which makes him appear to carry a burden that nobody else shares because nobody else has retained enough of the past to feel it as a weight. In a town where forgetting is the norm, remembering is a kind of suffering. Willie's anger is often played as comedy, the irascible Scotsman whose explosions of rage are disproportionate to the immediate provocation. But if you understand that Willie's anger is at least partly driven by the accumulated weight of remembered events that the people around him have forgotten, the disproportionality makes more sense. He is reacting to a real history. The people around him are responding to an apparent slight in the present tense. The gap between those two responses looks like Willie being unreasonably volatile. Actually, it's Willie being the only person in the room who remembers what happened last time. Patty and Selma Bouvier represent a different variety of secondary character memory. They remember everything about Marge. Every embarrassment, every shortcoming, every moment of vulnerability that Marge has shared with them across the decades of their sibling relationship, their memory of Marge's history is comprehensive, detailed, and selectively deployed. They remember what they need to remember to maintain their particular dynamic with their sister and with Homer. But crucially, their memory of events is consistent across episodes, in a way that Marge's own self-conception is not. Marge has a floating self-image. She remembers herself the way the current episode needs her to remember herself. Patty and Selma's memory of Marge is more stable. It is anchored in something older and more fixed than the floating timeline allows for. They remember who Marge was before the episode started, and their relationship to that earlier Marge is the lens through which they process all subsequent information about her. This makes them, in their own prickly and often unkind way, the keepers of Marge's pre-show history, the people who know what she was like before the time capsule sealed, the repositories of a version of Marge that predates the floating present. This would be merely a character dynamic observation if it didn't align so consistently with the general pattern. The secondary characters who remember most accurately are the ones whose relationship to Springfield is most adversarial, or whose professional identity is most invested in accuracy, or whose social position is most peripheral to the town's power structure. The people who remember are the people who have the least investment in the official story. The people who forget are the people for whom the official story is most comfortable. This is not a coincidence. This is a description of how collective denial actually functions in communities. The people who benefit from the consensus reality are the ones who maintain it most enthusiastically, and the people who have nothing to gain from the consensus are the ones most capable of seeing through it. Springfield's pattern of remembering and forgetting follows this distribution almost perfectly. The people at the center of the town's social and economic life, Homer, the Simpsons family, most of the main characters are the ones most thoroughly subject to the reset. The people at the periphery, Willie, comic book guy, Patty and Selma, a handful of others, retain more. This raises a very interesting question about the reset mechanism itself. If collective amnesia is the operative principle, what produces it? Why does it affect the center more than the periphery? The radiation theory has an answer. The people who forget most completely are the people with the heaviest radiation exposure, and the center of Springfield, the residential areas closest to the plant. The people who drink the most of the contaminated water, the people whose lives are most thoroughly embedded in the town's infrastructure are the most exposed. Comic book guy, whose basement location and largely indoor existence might provide some insulation. Willie, whose outdoor employment away from the town's residential center might reduce exposure. Patty and Selma, who work at the DMV and whose primary environmental exposure is to fluorescent lighting and automotive exhaust rather than nuclear runoff. All of these might be people whose radiation exposure is slightly lower than average, and whose slightly better memory is the result. The coma theory has a different answer. Homer's dreaming brain keeps the main characters most tightly within the logic of the dream because they're the people he cares about most. The secondary characters are rendered with less precision, which paradoxically gives them more freedom. They're not under the same intense imaginary scrutiny as the main cast, so they're able to remember things that Homer's dream doesn't require them to forget. The collective denial theory has the most compelling answer of all. The reset is social, not biological or psychological. It's a shared agreement to forget, maintained through social pressure and the implicit threat of consequences for those who don't participate. The people who participate most completely are the people most integrated into Springfield's social fabric, the ones who have the most to lose if the agreement breaks down. The people who participate least are the ones the social fabric never fully absorbed: the marginal, the eccentric, the professionally peripheral. They were never fully inside the agreement, so they were never fully subject to its requirements. Willie is a Scottish immigrant groundskeeper. He was never fully inside Springfield's social consensus. Comic book guy is a social outlier whose contempt for the community is almost total. Patty and Selma's primary social bond is to each other, and to a version of Marge that predates the community's current consensus reality. None of them were ever really inside the agreement that keeps Springfield's official history intact, and so none of them forget. This makes the secondary characters who remember more than background texture. They are the evidence that Springfield's amnesia is not inevitable. It is not a natural feature of the environment, operating uniformly on all exposed individuals. It is a social product, requiring active participation, and some people, for reasons of temperament, social position, professional habit, or simple stubbornness are not participating. The remembering characters are Springfield's dissenters, the people who, by simply remembering, are quietly refusing to ratify the official story. They don't make a fuss about it. They don't wave signs or call press conferences. They just remember. They carry the history that everyone around them has agreed to put down. And in a town where the official policy is forgetting, simple remembering is a radical act. There is one more secondary character whose memory deserves specific attention, because their case is the strangest and the most significant. Dr. Nick Riviera, the alternative physician who is Springfield's go-to medical provider for anyone who cannot access the services of Dr. Hibbert, which is a large portion of the population given both cost and availability. Dr. Nick is almost universally understood as a comedy character, the incompetent, cheerful, criminally undertrained doctor whose enthusiasm vastly exceeds his knowledge and whose professional history should have resulted in his license being revoked many times over. But Dr. Nick has, across his many appearances, demonstrated an unusual retention of medical history. Not in terms of understanding, his understanding of medicine is genuinely poor, consistently depicted as inadequate for the situations he encounters. But in terms of memory, his memory of who he has treated, what he treated them for, and what the outcomes were, is more accurate and more detailed than his general competence level would predict. This is significant because Dr. Nick is one of the few characters in Springfield who has a comprehensive view of the town's medical history. He has treated a large portion of Springfield's population. He has access to medical records. He has, in the course of his deeply irregular medical practice, accumulated a picture of Springfield's health that no other character in the show possesses. And most of what he has seen, in terms of the health outcomes of Springfield's residents, is consistent with the radiation theory. If you look at Dr. Nick's patient history across his canonical appearances, at the range of conditions he has treated, the patterns of illness and injury he has encountered, the baseline health profile of the Springfield population, as seen from the position of someone who has provided their medical care, you find a picture that is very difficult to explain without reference to environmental contamination. Dr. Nick is too incompetent to have reached this conclusion consciously. But the data is there in his records, if anyone ever thought to look at it in aggregate. And this is one of Springfield's most beautifully hidden pieces of evidence. The complete record of what the radiation has done to the town's health exists in the filing system of a doctor too incapable to read it. The truth is there. It's been cataloged. The person who holds it just can't interpret it, which is either the perfect metaphor for how Springfield maintains its official story, the evidence exists, but in the hands of someone guaranteed not to make use of it, or the most darkly comic observation in the entire iceberg. The memory distribution in Springfield has one more layer that needs to be named directly, because it is the most structurally important and the least discussed. The characters with the most accurate institutional memory of Springfield, the ones who retain information about what actually happened, who carry the record that the consensus has released, are consistently the characters who have the least institutional power. The remembering is distributed inversely to power. The people who know the most are the people who can do the least with what they know. Comic Book Guy can tell you exactly what happened in Springfield 4 seasons ago, in the kind of precise detail that would be useful if anyone cared to compile a case about the pattern of events. Nobody asks him. Nobody treats his recollection as testimony. The information he holds is categorized as the obsessive cataloging of a marginal figure rather than as the institutional memory that the community's official records lack. Willie can tell you about the specific grievances that he has personally witnessed go unaddressed across his years as Springfield Elementary's groundskeeper. He has watched the cycles of failure and reset from a vantage point that gives him an unusually complete view of the institution's relationship to its own history. And nobody asks Willie. His anger is treated as whether a known, unpleasant condition of working at Springfield Elementary that staff and students accommodate by staying out of his way, not by asking why the anger has persisted for so long at such a consistent level. Patty and Selma have known Homer since before he was Homer in any meaningful sense, since before the man was assembled around the damage. They have watched the assembly. They have opinions about the process. They have specific, detailed, affectionate, and hostile recollections of events that the principals in those events have long since allowed to blur. and their recollections are categorized as the sour nostalgia of two women who never quite forgave their sister's husband for existing, rather than as the genuine archival resource they represent. The pattern is clear. Memory in Springfield resides in the people the community has decided not to take seriously. The official record, the consensus narrative, lives with the people who have the power and the social position to maintain it. The accurate record lives with the people the community has elected to marginalize. This is not unique to Springfield. It is, in fact, a well-documented feature of how communities manage their own histories. The official record tends to reside with the people who benefit from the official version of events. The accurate record tends to reside with the people who have less investment in the official version, who experience the events from positions that gave them less reason to want the events remembered in any particular way, and therefore remembered them more neutrally. Oral history as a discipline exists specifically to address this. The academic recognition that the official record consistently overstates the experience and understates the grievances of those with institutional power, while understating the experience and overstating the reliability of those without. The official record is not false, exactly. It is selected. It represents the version of events that the people managing the record chose to preserve. Springfield's official record is managed by people who benefit from Springfield's current arrangement by the consensus that maintains Burns, the mob, the power structure in their current positions. The unofficial record, the accurate one, is held by the people who were not invited to participate in the management. Comic Book Guy, Willie, Patty, and Selma, and the many other secondary characters who carry accurate memories, they are Springfield's oral history. The tradition that persists outside the official record. The counter-narrative that has never been given institutional form, never been written down, never been acknowledged as the resource it is. They remember. Quietly. Continuously. In the margins of every episode, carrying the full story that the center of the show cannot tell. One more figure in this category deserves specific attention, and she is the one that the show has positioned most carefully in relation to this theme. The character of Brandine Spuckler. Brandine, Cletus's wife, is depicted as a person of extremely limited education and social access. She exists primarily as a joke about rural poverty, about the specific variety of deprivation that the show locates in Springfield's outer margins. The comedy around her is broad and not always generous. But Brandine has seen everything. She has been in Springfield's margins for as long as the show has been running. She has observed from positions that more socially central characters cannot access the peripheral geography, the shadow economy, the specific textures of life at the very bottom of Springfield's social structure. And from that position, she has watched the town's major events play out with the clarity that comes from not being invested in the official interpretation of those events. There are moments in episodes featuring Brandine where she says something that, if anyone were paying close enough attention to her rather than to the joke she is supposedly serving, reveals a depth of situational awareness that is startling. She knows what is going on. She is simply not the character the show has given permission to be the one who explains it. This is the final characteristic of Springfield's remembering population. They have been given permission to know but not to explain. They carry the information without being given the social authority to deploy it. They are the witnesses without standing the people whose testimony, however accurate, the community's consensus does not require. In a legal system, even a functioning one, which Springfield's is not witness standing matters, the person whose account is accepted, recorded, acted upon, is not necessarily the person whose account is most accurate. It is the person whose position in the community's social structure grants their account the kind of authority that makes institutional action possible. Springfield has given institutional authority to the wrong accounts. The people with standing have the official record, the people without standing have the truth. And the gap between those two categories, the gap between what is officially remembered and what is actually true, is the gap through which all of Springfield's accumulated strangeness flows. That gap is where this video lives, where the iceberg is, where the things the show knows but cannot officially say have been accumulating for 36 years. The margins remember, the center forgets, and the truth keeps its residence in the places nobody is looking. There is one more dimension to the memory distribution in Springfield that connects directly to the show's visual language rather than its narrative structure. And it deserves attention here because it is both the most visible piece of evidence and the most consistently overlooked. The background characters of Springfield, the people who populate the establishing shots, who fill the seats at civic meetings, who crowd the sidewalks and the diners and the sports events that constitute the texture of life in a community, have consistent faces. The show has developed, across 36 years, a visual vocabulary of recurring background figures that appear across episodes and seasons with enough consistency to constitute something like a stable community population. These background characters, by definition, do not have speaking roles in most episodes. They are the wallpaper of Springfield present, recognizable, forming the visual evidence that the town is populated with more than its handful of principal characters. And they are, in a specific and important sense, the most complete archive of Springfield's visual history that the show contains. Because the background characters appear in the background of episodes across decades, they are present in the crowd at events that the show later depicts differently. They are visible in establishing shots that precede moments of community transformation. They are witnesses, in the most literal visual sense, to the full history of Springfield as the show has depicted it. And none of them have ever been asked what they saw. The speaking characters, the principals, the major recurrents, are the ones through whom the show tells its stories. Their perspectives are the perspectives the show adopts. What they know, the show knows. What they do not know, the show cannot directly access. But the background characters were there too. They were in the crowd at the town hall meeting where Burns's violations were discussed and forgotten. They were in the bleachers at the Springfield event that was later reset. They were visible in the shot that established the state of things before the catastrophe, and in the shot that depicted the improbable return to normal after it. They saw it all, they carry it all, and they are, episodically speaking, functionally mute. This is the final dimension of Springfield's memory problem. The accurate record is held not just by the named secondary characters who have been given speaking roles and established personalities, but by the unnamed visual background, the recurring faces that constitute Springfield's actual residential continuity, who have been present for everything and who have been given no mechanism by which to report what they witnessed. The real memory of Springfield is distributed across hundreds of anonymous faces that the camera passes over without pausing. The crowd knows. The crowd was there. And the crowd in Springfield is never asked. Section 6. Krusty, the Clown's Secret Life. Herschel Schmoikel, Pinchas Yaruchum Krustovsky, has spent 50 years making children laugh. He has also spent 50 years making everyone around him miserable. Krusty the Clown is one of the Simpsons' most densely constructed characters. On the surface, he's a parody of the sleazy, self-destructive entertainment industry figure, the performer who gives joy to his audience while his private life collapses in real time, the celebrity whose public image is almost completely disconnected from who they actually are. This is a well-worn satirical target, and the show hits it with reliable accuracy across dozens of episodes. But Krusty is also doing something the surface reading doesn't quite account for. He is carrying, across 36 seasons, a web of connections and relationships and institutional entanglements that makes him one of the most structurally complex characters in Springfield, despite never quite getting the credit for it. Let's start with the mob, because this is the most established and the most under-discussed of Krusty's external relationships. Krusty is in debt to Fat Tony. This is canonical, established in multiple episodes, and treated as a source of ongoing financial pressure that shapes Krusty's professional decisions. The debt is not a background detail. It is a structural feature of Krusty's situation that affects what he can and cannot do, what shows he produces, which products he endorses, and what risks he can and cannot take in his professional life. A performer who owes significant money to organized crime is not an independent operator. Their creative and commercial decisions are subject to a veto from an entity that operates entirely outside the normal mechanisms of the entertainment industry. Krusty cannot make choices that would compromise his ability to repay his mob debt, which means his choices are constrained in ways that his audience and his employers, the television station, the various corporate sponsors, cannot see. The mob doesn't appear in the credits of The Krusty Show. It doesn't have a visible role in the production, but it shapes the show nonetheless, through the pressure it applies to the man at the center of it. This is not an unusual situation for Springfield. Invisible hands shaping visible outcomes is practically the town's primary operating principle, but in Krusty's case it has a specific implication for the show's most beloved theory about him, the theory that Krusty and Homer are the same person. The theory is old and has been discussed in fan circles for a long time. The evidence is real and has been collected carefully by people who have watched a lot of Simpsons episodes very closely. Let's assemble it. Homer and Krusty share a physical silhouette. Remove the clown makeup and costume from Krusty, and what you have is a heavy-set, balding, middle-aged man with a recognizable Homer-shaped body profile. The show has acknowledged this directly in multiple episodes, most explicitly in the Season 5 episode Homie the Clown, where Homer trains as a Krusty impersonator and is repeatedly mistaken for the real Krusty. The episode treats the physical similarity as a running gag, but the gag only works because the similarity is real and obvious. Homer and Krusty look alike, not coincidentally. Deliberately, structurally, in a way that the show keeps drawing attention to, Bart's relationship with Krusty is the single most compelling piece of evidence for the theory. Bart idolizes Krusty in a way that is both more intense and more vulnerable than his relationship with any other adult in Springfield. Krusty is Bart's hero, his role model, the person he defends with a ferocity that exceeds what the character of Krusty would rationally merit. Krusty is a selfish, frequently disappointing, emotionally unavailable figure who gives Bart very little in return for his devotion. And yet Bart's loyalty is essentially unconditional. This is the quality of devotion that children have for parents, not for performers they admire. Parents can be disappointing and emotionally unavailable and selfish, and still hold a child's unconditional loyalty in a way that no celebrity relationship could support. If Krusty is, at some level, a surrogate father to Bart, a displaced version of the father-son relationship playing out at one remove because the direct version is somehow unavailable, then Bart's devotion makes complete psychological sense. The show has also, in several canonical episodes, depicted a version of Bart's future in which Krusty is no longer in his life, and the loss registers as a genuine grief, the kind of grief that comes from losing a parental figure. Not the sadness of a celebrity fan whose favorite performer retires, the grief of a child who loses the adult they organize their emotional world around. Now here's the piece that makes the theory more than a physical similarity observation. Krusty's father, Rabbi Hyman Kristofsky, is one of the show's most emotionally resonant recurring characters. Rabbi Kristofsky disowned Krusty when Krusty chose entertainment over religious life, chose the secular, commercial, undignified world of children's television over the tradition his father dedicated his life to. The estrangement between Krusty and his father is the central wound of Krusty's character, the source of his self-destructiveness, his substance abuse, his inability to form lasting relationships, his need to be loved by an audience he simultaneously holds in contempt. This estrangement is resolved in the episode Krusty Gets Cancelled. No, actually in a different episode, the one where Bart and Homer work to reconcile Krusty and the rabbi, and the reconciliation is one of the show's most genuinely warm moments. The distance between a father and a son, bridged with help from people who cared enough to try. Homer has a version of this story too. Homer's father wound is different, not the wound of a son rejected by a father for choosing the wrong life, but the wound of a son who never quite received the emotional sustenance he needed, who grew up feeling peripheral to his own family's love, who has been searching for approval and belonging his entire adult life because he never quite secured it at home. Both Homer and Krusty are men defined by their relationship to a father who withheld something essential. Both found their way to Springfield. Both are somehow central to Bart's life. Both are physically similar in ways the show keeps acknowledging. Both are more vulnerable than their public presentations suggest. Both are sustained by approval from an audience. Homer from his family and immediate social circle, Krusty from the children who watch his show in a way that has substituted for the father approval neither ever quite received. These are not random similarities. These are the markers of a shared psychological archetype. The show has built two characters on the same emotional template and placed them in proximity in the same town, and then spent 36 seasons not quite connecting the dots while drawing attention to the ways in which the dots nearly connect. The theory's most extreme version that Homer and Krusty are literally the same person, that the clown persona is a conscious construction, a second identity Homer created, has more evidence against it than for it. Homer is too continuously present in his own life as Homer for the logistical requirements of also maintaining a full-time alter ego as Krusty to be sustainable. But the theory's more interesting version doesn't require literal identity. It requires only that Homer and Krusty are the same type, the same wound expressed in two different people, the same damage, the same pattern of coping, the same emotional architecture, finding expression in two bodies who happen to share a silhouette. If this is true, then Bart's devotion to Krusty is a displaced devotion to something he recognizes in Krusty, but cannot access in Homer, a version of his father's vulnerability that is easier to love at a remove than it is to love directly. Krusty's pain is visible and acknowledged. Homer's pain is buried under the cartoon resilience and the reset mechanism. Bart can see Krusty's wound in a way he can't quite see Homer's, and what he sees is worth defending. This would make Krusty, in the show's deep structure, one of the most important characters it has ever created. Not because of what he does in any individual episode, but because of what he represents in the show's overall emotional architecture. He is the version of Homer that reveals what Homer's damage actually looks like when it's not being managed by comedy and resilience. He is the mirror Springfield has placed across the street from Evergreen Terrace so that the audience can see the Simpsons house from an angle the show usually doesn't permit. Now let's talk about Krusty's other secret, the one that sits even further down in the iceberg than the Homer connection. Krusty has children. Not just the legitimate daughter Sophie, whose existence was revealed in a fairly late-period episode, but the broad implication, across multiple canonical references, that Krusty's decades of dissolution have produced a wider circle of offspring than the show has ever formally accounted for. The show has also established that Krusty has been operating in the Springfield entertainment industry for long enough to have shaped it in fundamental ways. He is not just a performer who works in Springfield. He is, in some sense, Springfield's entertainment industry. The commercial and cultural infrastructure of children's media in this town is built around him and his show. When Krusty fails, children's television in Springfield fails. When Krusty is happy, the whole ecosystem around his show functions. He is not just a participant in a system, he is the system. This gives him a structural importance in Springfield's cultural and commercial life that his self-destructive personal behavior has always obscured. Krusty's continued employment, despite being clearly unfit for virtually all aspects of his job, by any normal professional standard, is not just a comedy premise. It is a fact about how Springfield's entertainment economy functions. The Krusty ecosystem employs dozens of people. It generates revenue for advertisers. It has been running continuously for decades. It cannot be easily replaced by someone more professionally responsible, because the show itself, the specific alchemy of Krusty's persona, and the accumulated audience relationship is not a product that can be transferred to a new host. Which means Krusty, despite everything, despite the gambling debts, the substance issues, the mob entanglement, the professional negligence, the emotional unavailability, the barely adequate performance standards, is irreplaceable. He is the only one who can do what he does, for this audience, in this town, at this scale. In this, he is exactly like Homer Simpson. Homer is irreplaceable at the nuclear plant, not because he's good at his job, he is catastrophically bad at his job, but because the system around him has been calibrated to his specific variety of failure. A competent safety inspector would shut the plant down. Krusty's replacement by a competent children's entertainer would destabilize the economic ecosystem that has grown up around his show. Both Homer and Krusty are irreplaceable because of how bad they are. Both are maintained in their positions by systems that have been adjusted to accommodate them. Both are, in this sense, controlled by their apparent freedom. They seem to be operating independently, making choices, living lives, but the choices are bounded by invisible structures that keep them exactly where they are. Springfield's genius is that it creates this situation repeatedly, with multiple characters, and never draws explicit attention to the pattern. The pattern just sits there, generating itself, visible to anyone who looks at the full picture but invisible to anyone focused on any single component. Krusty is not Homer, but Krusty is what Homer looks like when you take away the family. The love, the rootedness, the specific flavor of grace that Marge and the kids provide to Homer's life, these are the things that separate the two expressions of the same wound. Take them away, and what you have left is a man in grease paint, performing for children, owing money to criminals, estranged from his father's legacy, and unable to stop doing any of it because doing it is the only proof he has that he exists. That's Krusty. That's the secret underneath the clown makeup. And the reason it's a secret is that Springfield, like Homer, has too much invested in the comedy to look at the tragedy underneath it. The father-son reconciliation at the center of Krusty's arc, the rabbi and the clown, the expectation and the refusal, the long estrangement finally resolved through the intervention of a child who had no obligation to care about any of it, contains a detail that the show has never fully unpacked. Homer is the one who cares about fixing this. Not Krusty, not the rabbi, Homer. A man who has his own father, who has his own experience of a father-son relationship that is defined more by inadequacy and distance than by warmth or encouragement, who has his own version of the wound that the crusty rabbi estrangement represents, and who pours energy and emotional investment into healing that wound in another person's life while never directly addressing the same wound in his own. The psychology of this, the specific mechanism by which a person helps someone else with exactly the problem they cannot help themselves with, is well understood. It is easier to see someone else's wound clearly than to see your own. The wound you carry has been part of you for so long that you cannot get far enough away from it to perceive its shape. But someone else carrying the same wound at a slightly different angle that you can see, that you can address, that you can reach toward with the care and attention that the same wound in yourself somehow never receives. Homer fixes Krusty's relationship with his father because Homer cannot fix his own. He gives Krusty what he cannot give himself. He extends to another person the understanding that he cannot extend inward. And in doing so, he reveals something about himself that the show rarely allows direct examination. Homer Simpson is not just a man with a damaged brain living in a contaminated town in an unusual family situation. He is a man with an acute and specific awareness of what it costs a person to grow up without a father's full presence. He knows this cost in the specific, granular, experiential way that you know something that happened to you, not in the abstract way that you know something you learned. He knows it because he paid it. He carries the receipt. The Krusty reconciliation is Homer doing something with that knowledge, something generous, something that requires him to look directly at the wound, not his own, but an adjacent one that is close enough to his own that looking at it is like looking at his own from one step back, and from one step back he can see what needs to be done. He does it. He does the thing for Krusty that nobody did for him. This is the secret life of Krusty the Clown. Not just the mob debt, not just the professional degradation, not just the long sequence of bad decisions and failed relationships that define his public existence. The secret is that his story is the story of what Homer could have become without the specific graces that Homer has without Marge, without his children, without the domestic scaffolding that gives his life enough structure to hold together despite everything working against it. Krusty is the version of Homer's wound without the scaffold. He has the same origin, the same damage, the same need for external validation that will never quite be sufficient. But he has been trying to fill the need with audience approval and chemical comfort rather than with the particular love of a specific family, and the difference in what those two things produce is the difference between Krusty's life and Homer's. The audience's love is real. It is substantial. In an episode late in the series, there is a moment where Krusty acknowledges how much the audience's love has actually mattered to him, not in the cynical terms he usually deploys when talking about his career, but honestly, the love is real. He received it. He was sustained by it in ways that were not nothing. But it cannot do what a family's love does, because it is conditional in a way that family love, at its best, is not. The audience loves Krusty, the character, the performance, the makeup, and the pratfalls, and the particular brand of chaotic entertainment he produces. They do not love Herschel Krustofsky. They do not know Herschel exists. Homer's family loves Homer, not the performance of Homer, not the character of Homer, but Homer the person, the specific, irreducible, clueless, warm, destructive, devoted person who comes home to the house on Evergreen Terrace every evening and means it when he says he loves them, and fails repeatedly to be as good as he means to be, and tries again the next day. This love is imperfect in all the ways that love between real people is imperfect. But it is directed at the actual person rather than at the performance. Krusty does not have this. He has built, over 50 years of performance, one of the most elaborate and sustained character constructions in Springfield's history, a persona so fully developed, so completely inhabited, so thoroughly distinct from the person underneath it, that the distance between Krusty and Herschel has become unfathomable. The persona is too stable, too well-established, too load-bearing to be set down. If Krusty were to drop the clown and try to live as Herschel, there would be nothing there to support him. Herschel was abandoned so long ago that the infrastructure of a genuine self, the habits of authentic relationship, the capacity for vulnerability without performance, the ability to let someone know who you actually are, has atrophied past easy recovery. He is the clown now. That is what he has. And the clown is loved lavishly and genuinely by children and adults across Springfield. But the love is directed at the makeup, not the face underneath it. And Herschel Krustofsky, somewhere under 50 years of grease paint, knows the difference. This is why the reconciliation with his father matters so much. Because his father is the one person who knew Herschel before the clown. Who remembers the actual person, whatever that person was like before the performance took over? Who has, despite the estrangement, a relationship with the actual Herschel rather than with the character? The reconciliation is not just the repair of a relationship, it is the restoration of the one remaining context in which Krusty can be Herschel, in which Herschel has someone who knows him. Homer gave him that. Homer, who cannot give himself the equivalent, found a way to give it to someone else. The secret life of Krusty the Clown is the secret life of every person who has built something large and successful and publicly beloved around a wound they could not heal. The performance is real. The success is real. And underneath it, the original need persists unchanged, unmet, waiting. In Krusty's case, it waited long enough to be answered. Not by his own action, but by a well-meaning man who recognized in another person's story the shape of something he could not quite see in his own. Krusty's relationship to his own legacy contains something that the show has circled without fully developing: the question of what he is leaving behind. In one of the most structurally honest episodes in the show's later run, Krusty confronts the possibility that his show will be canceled, that after decades on the air, the thing he built, the character, the franchise, the entire professional identity that has been his only consistent self, might simply end. Not through his death, through obsolescence, through the market deciding that the specific variety of entertainment he provides is no longer what it wants. The episode handles this threat with comedy, as it should. But what the comedy is performing, underneath itself, is a confrontation with the specific terror of a person whose identity is entirely their work, what it means to face the end of the work, and whether anything remains of the person if the work is removed. For most people, the work ending is frightening but not existential. You were a person before the work. You were a person during the work. You will be a person after the work, shaped by it, changed by it, carrying whatever it gave and took, but still you in a way that does not depend on the work's continuation. For Krusty, this does not apply. Krusty became Krusty before he became Herschel, in any fully realized sense. The performance preceded the person. The character preceded whatever would have been the character in the character's absence. There is no Herschel Krustofsky who exists independently of the clown, because the clown was constructed in the space where Herschel would have developed if things had been different. The end of Krusty's show would not be the end of a career. It would be closer to the end of a self. The specific, elaborate 50-year construction that has been his identity would stop being produced, and what would be left would be whatever Herschel was at the moment. He chose the clown, a young man with a wound and a talent, and a father who could not accept the form the talent wanted to take. Everything since then has been Krusty. And Krusty is what the show is about to cancel. He survives the threat, in the episode's logic. The show continues. The franchise persists. The specific variety of entertainment he provides turns out to still have an audience willing to sustain it. But the confrontation with the possibility was real, and the specific quality of terror it produced, the look of a man suddenly aware of the full precariousness of the only ground he has stood on for 50 years, is the most honest moment Krusty has ever had on screen. That moment is the window into what the layers of performance are protecting. Not wealth, not fame, not even, in the deepest sense, the audience's love, which is real but not sufficient. What the performance is protecting is the specific ongoing act of not being the person he was before the performance. Krusty keeps performing because performing is the alternative to being Herschel in an unguarded moment. And Herschel, in an unguarded moment, is the 10-year-old boy who chose himself over his father's approval and has never been entirely sure he made the right choice. That boy is still in there, behind every pratfall, behind every bad celebrity endorsement, behind every self-destructive decision that Krusty has made across 50 years of public performance. Herschel Krustofsky is still in there. Still not sure? Still waiting to find out if the choice was worth it. The reconciliation with his father answered the question, at least partially. Yes, the choice was worth it. The father could not give what Herschel needed until Herschel stopped needing his father to give it. That is how it works sometimes. The acceptance comes only after the need has been transformed into something the other person can respond to, rather than something that frightens them. Krusty's secret life is the story of a person who ran from a wound long enough that the running became the life, and who found, late, that the wound could have been addressed after all, that the father could have been reached, that the estrangement did not have to be permanent, that the performance did not have to be the only thing. He found this out late, in time to use it, just barely. Number Section 7. The children of Springfield and what they know. Springfield is full of children who should not know what they know. Nelson Muntz knows how institutional neglect functions, in a way that no child should possess without having been directly subjected to it across years of conscious experience. Milhouse Van Houten knows what it feels like to be the person in any given group who matters the least, with a precision that suggests the knowledge came from somewhere real. Database, the bespectacled background student, whose real name the show eventually reveals, has an awareness of social dynamics that is more sophisticated than his age and his position in the Springfield elementary social hierarchy would normally produce. And then there is Ralph Wiggum. Ralph Wiggum is the show's most deliberately enigmatic child character, and the iceberg beneath his surface is one of the deepest in Springfield. The standard reading of Ralph is simple and well-established. He is the profoundly stupid son of the chief of police, a child whose statements about the world are funny because they combine apparent sincerity with apparent incomprehension, and whose social obliviousness produces a specific kind of comedy that has made him one of the show's most quoted supporting characters. He is the kid who doesn't get it, the kid whose reading of any situation is always wrong in a precisely funny way. This reading is fine as far as it goes, but it stops at a very convenient place. Because if you collect Ralph's canonical statements across the show's run, not the obviously absurdist ones, but the ones that come closest to describing something real, a different pattern emerges. Ralph says things that are factually incorrect in almost every normal context. But there are a disproportionate number of contexts in which what Ralph says, when you examine it carefully, is not incorrect at all. It is accurate. It is just articulated in a way that sounds wrong because the surface structure of the sentence is bizarre. Ralph has stated things about the nature of Springfield that turned out, later in the same episode or in subsequent episodes, to be accurate. He has articulated what appeared to be delusional statements about the people around him that were subsequently confirmed by events. He has described his emotional states with a specificity that, in a child of his apparent cognitive level, is inexplicable unless the cognitive level is itself a misread. The question the iceberg poses about Ralph is not whether he's stupid. It's whether what looks like stupidity is something else entirely. Consider the specific type of inaccuracy Ralph's statements usually display. He doesn't say things that are randomly wrong in the way that genuine cognitive impairment produces random errors. His errors have a consistent structure. He maps emotional truth onto wrong objects. He describes real feelings using wrong words in wrong contexts. He is tracking something real about the world around him. He's registering actual information, actual states, actual dynamics, and then encoding that information incorrectly when he tries to express it. This is not what stupidity looks like. This is what hypersensitivity looks like when it's combined with insufficient linguistic or conceptual tools to express what it perceives. Ralph is taking in more information than he can accurately process and report. The result looks like incoherence from the outside. From the inside, if we could access the inside, it might look like an overwhelm of accurate perception that has no appropriate vocabulary. Ralph Wiggum may be the most perceptive character in Springfield. He just lacks the language to report what he perceives in a way that would make sense to anyone around him. This theory fits the radiation framework cleanly. Springfield's environmental contamination has, as the radiation theory suggests, produced mutations that affect different people differently. In Homer, it produced cognitive depression. In Maggie, it apparently produced cognitive enhancement. In Ralph, it might have produced something in between those extremes, an amplification of perceptual sensitivity without the accompanying cognitive architecture that would allow those perceptions to be organized and reported accurately. He perceives things. He cannot explain them, so he explains them in the only way available to him, which is through language that doesn't match the content, which looks like nonsense but is actually misfiled signal. This reading would explain one of the show's most persistent and least discussed quirks, Ralph's relationship to the supernatural. He has, across numerous episodes, made statements that appear to reference information he could not have had access to through normal means. He has described events before they happened. He has known things about situations that nobody had told him. He has behaved in ways that suggest an awareness of developments that, within the episode's timeline, had not yet been revealed. The show never confirms this. It never commits to Ralph as a psychic character or a supernaturally aware one. It keeps his unusual accuracy at the level of coincidence, of randomness, of the appearance of sense in what is supposed to be nonsense. But the accumulation of these moments across 36 seasons of episodes is too consistent to be purely accidental. Either Ralph knows things he shouldn't know, or the show has been generating these moments randomly, which seems unlikely given that the writers are skilled enough to produce deliberate effects. What would it mean for Springfield if Ralph is actually tracking something real? It would mean that the town has a child who perceives its hidden dynamics clearly, who is aware of what is actually happening beneath the surface of Springfield's official reality, but who cannot communicate what he perceives in a way that anyone around him can parse. He has the information. He cannot transmit it. He is a receiver without a working transmitter. This would make Ralph the show's most complete expression of the Springfield communication problem. The town is full of information about its own secrets. The three-eyed fish, the cracked cooling towers, the billionaire who glows, the man who keeps getting paroled, all of this is information about what Springfield really is, available to anyone who looks at it directly. But the town's mechanisms of denial and forgetting ensure that this information is never organized into a coherent picture. Ralph has organized it. Ralph perceives the coherent picture. He just cannot tell anyone what's in it, because the tools available to him, the language of a child, the social position of the chief of police's son, the medium of Springfield Elementary hallway conversation are completely inadequate for the transmission of what he knows. He is the most informed person in Springfield, and the least able to use that information. This is either deeply tragic or deeply funny, depending on whether you're Ralph or everyone else. Now, let's talk about Nelson Muntz, because Nelson's Iceberg is of a completely different character. Nelson's home situation is one of the most genuinely dark recurring details in the show's background. His father vanished from the family early in his life. His mother is present but profoundly absent in all the ways that matter: unavailable, distracted, occasionally physically missing for extended periods in ways that leave Nelson in situations no child should be left in. Nelson feeds himself, manages himself, navigates school and social life, and Springfield's various catastrophes with a self-sufficiency that is deeply impressive and deeply wrong. Children should not have to be this self-sufficient. The competence Nelson has developed, his ability to assess threats, form alliances, manage his own resource acquisition, and navigate the social dynamics of Springfield Elementary without adult support, is the competence that emerges from being left alone too long in circumstances that required it. Nelson is tough because Nelson had to be. And the show, which usually finds his toughness funny, occasionally allows moments where the source of it is visible, and in those moments Nelson is one of the most affecting characters in the series. But what does Nelson know about Springfield? He knows where things actually are. He knows which buildings are genuinely dangerous to enter, and which ones just look dangerous. He knows how to get into places, how to navigate between them, how to find things that normal children whose parents take care of them never need to find. Nelson's map of Springfield is not the map that the Simpsons family has. It is a rougher, more complete, more practical map built from necessity from being a child who had to learn the town on his own terms, without adult mediation. This map includes things that the Simpsons' comfortable residential version of Springfield doesn't contain: places where resources can be found, networks of children who similarly lack adult supervision and have built their own informal systems of mutual support and information exchange, and at the edges of this map, awareness of the parts of Springfield's shadow life that visible only to people who don't have adults directing their attention away from it. Nelson probably knows more about what goes on at the edges of Fat Tony's operation than any adult character except Fat Tony himself. Not because he's involved in it, because he passes through those parts of Springfield that the operation uses: the warehouses, the delivery routes, the informal economies, and he notices what he sees because he doesn't have an adult telling him not to look. Children are often the most reliable witnesses to things adults have decided not to see, precisely because children don't share the adult's investment in the official story. Nelson, whose investment in Springfield's official story is essentially zero, the official story has never done anything for him, is probably the most accurate observer of Springfield's actual geography that the show contains. And then there is Milhouse. Milhouse Van Houten is Bart's best friend, and the character whose function within the show is most consistently defined by his relationship to Bart rather than by any independent story the show tells about him. He is the sidekick, the follower, the less courageous, less charismatic, less resilient companion whose presence is necessary to Bart's adventures, partly because adventures require company, and partly because Milhouse provides a consistent measure of how extreme any given situation has become. If Milhouse is scared, it's serious. But Milhouse has one quality that the show has consistently given him that tends to get lost in the sidekick framing. He pays attention to the things that Bart doesn't care about. Bart's attention is directional. He focuses intensely on whatever is in front of him and has very limited awareness of anything outside his immediate field of concern. This is both his greatest strength. It allows the kind of committed, all-in engagement that makes his pranks and schemes succeed, and his greatest weakness. He doesn't notice what's happening at the periphery. Milhouse notices the periphery. He notices the background. He retains information about things that didn't seem important at the time because nobody told him they were unimportant, and he doesn't have Bart's instinct for filtering. He is the human equivalent of a camera left running in the corner of a room, capturing everything equally, without editorial judgment about what matters and what doesn't. This makes Milhouse, occasionally, the person who has the piece of information that everyone else missed. The person who remembers the detail that turned out to be the significant one. The person whose lack of filters, which looks like a weakness in most social contexts, becomes an asset in situations that required noticing something nobody was supposed to notice. Milhouse is not a reliable source of anything he has specifically decided to pay attention to, because his judgment about what deserves attention is poor. But he is an extremely reliable source of incidental information, the thing he noticed while paying attention to something else, the background detail that stuck in his memory for no reason he can identify. In a town that has made itself impossible to see directly, the person with no editorial filter is one of the most valuable possible observers. Milhouse Van Houten, the sidekick, the follower, the nervous kid who always wants to go home, might be Springfield's most comprehensive inadvertent archivist. He doesn't know what he knows, but it's there. In whatever cognitive holding space Milhouse uses for the information he never managed to sort. The children of Springfield are not the comic relief population the show presents them as. They are, collectively, the generation that has grown up inside the loop without the benefit of whatever adult rationalizations the grown-ups use to make the loop feel comfortable. They see Springfield without the overlay of an investment in its official story. They perceive what it is rather than what they need it to be. And when you assemble the pictures they have assembled, Ralph's unorganized but accurate perception, Nelson's street-level map, Milhouse's inadvertent archive, and the various other children of Springfield Elementary who have passed through the show's background, carrying their own specific varieties of knowing what you get, is something like a complete picture of Springfield. The children, together, know what Springfield actually is. Not any one of them, but all of them together, if you could find a way to organize what they each hold. They are too young to know what to do with it. They are too embedded in the system that produced them to step outside it and evaluate it. They are ultimately Springfield's children, which means they will grow up inside the loop and eventually, if the floating timeline ever permits, become the adults who maintain it. But right now, in the permanent 10-year-old present of Springfield Elementary, they hold the information. And nobody is asking them the right questions. There is a fourth child of Springfield Elementary who deserves attention in this section, and she is the one the show has been most careful about. The one whose specific gifts and specific limitations are most directly tied to the theories we have been developing through this entire video. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. She is, by any measure the show applies, the most intellectually gifted character in Springfield, a genius whose analytical intelligence, ethical seriousness, and capacity for sustained critical thinking place her categorically apart from the rest of her family and most of the adults in the community she inhabits. She is also, by any measure the show applies, the most thoroughly and consistently defeated character in Springfield. Every crusade Lisa launches fails. Not always immediately, not always completely, but with sufficient consistency that the arc of her activist career across 36 years of episodes reads as a sustained demonstration that intelligence and ethical commitment are insufficient to change the specific kind of institutional arrangement that defines Springfield. She identifies the problems correctly. She argues for the solutions accurately. She assembles the evidence, makes the case, and presents it to the appropriate people. And then the appropriate people ignore it, or the effort fails for reasons outside her control, or the change she fought for is reversed between episodes. The floating timeline means she never accumulates victories. Each episode's Lisa crusade resolves within the episode and then releases. The next episode, Lisa is back at the starting position, the same intelligence, the same ethical commitment, the same Springfield, the same institutional arrangements waiting to be identified, argued against, and temporarily addressed before resetting. This is one of the show's most honest and most uncomfortable truths about American civic life. The intelligence and commitment of an individual actor, even a very gifted one, is insufficient to produce lasting change in an institutional arrangement designed to resist it. Lisa is brilliant. Springfield does not care. The power that sustains Springfield's arrangement is not responsive to the arguments that brilliance can make, because the arrangement's maintenance is not a matter of anyone being unconvinced. It is a matter of the arrangement being too profitable to the people at the top for any level of argument to threaten it. Lisa knows this. She has experienced it enough times that she cannot fail to know it at some level. And yet she continues to try. This is either the definition of insanity, the same action repeated in expectation of different results, or it is the most courageous thing the show depicts. Lisa keeps making the argument. She keeps assembling the evidence. She keeps showing up. Not because she has been convinced that this time will be different, but because the alternative choosing strategic silence the way Maggie has, accepting the gap between what is right and what is possible, is something she cannot do. Lisa cannot be Maggie. She cannot maintain strategic invisibility. She is constitutionally incapable of the kind of quiet watching that Maggie has elected as her posture. Every injustice Lisa sees, she names. Every wrongness she identifies, she argues against. She cannot hold the knowledge quietly and wait for the right moment. She speaks, immediately, at full volume, with all the evidence she has, and Springfield responds with the same institutional indifference every time. Now consider what Lisa and Maggie together represent. Two sisters in the same family, raised in the same environment, exposed to the same contaminated water and irradiated air and institutional dysfunction. Two people who have both, in their different ways, understood that Springfield is not what it presents itself as, and who have made opposite strategic choices about what to do with that understanding. Lisa chose visibility. She chose to use her intelligence in full public view, to make the argument, to be the person who names the problem. She has paid for this choice with isolation, frustration, and the specific grief of being consistently right about things that nobody in power wants to be right about. Maggie chose invisibility. She chose to understand without announcing her understanding, to act without drawing attention to the acting, to exercise her capabilities in the spaces where nobody is watching. She has paid for this choice with silence, with the accumulated cost of never being fully known, never being fully seen, never being able to share the full weight of what she understands. Both choices have costs. Both are responses to the same impossible environment. And both are visible in the children of Springfield, more broadly in the tension between the Nelsons, who act without thinking, and the Lisas who think without being heard, in the Millhouses who see without understanding, and the Ralphs who understand without being able to report. Springfield's children are, collectively, working out the same problem that Lisa and Maggie have each worked out individually. What do you do with what you know in a place that does not want to know it? There is no clean answer. The show has spent 36 years not finding one. The children keep trying different responses, and the town keeps responding with the same institutional indifference. And the children keep growing older without growing up locked at their ages by the floating timeline, cycling through the same developmental stages without the development ever completing, facing the same choices over and over without the choices ever producing different outcomes. They are trapped in the beginning, permanently at the age where you first understand that the world is not what you were told it was, but before you have had enough time to develop a sustainable relationship to that knowledge. 8 years old, 10 years old, 1 year old if we include Maggie, perpetually young enough to still be shocked by Springfield, not yet old enough to have made peace with it. This is the cruelest thing the floating timeline does to the children. It keeps them at the age of first discovery. They will always be discovering Springfield for the first time. They will never have the years of lived experience that might eventually produce, not acceptance exactly, but a sustainable relationship to the knowledge they carry. They are the witnesses who will always be young, who will always be seeing it for the first time, who will never get old enough to have found a way to live with what they know. Springfield's children are its tragedy, in the way that all true tragedies involve knowledge that cannot be acted on in time. They know. They cannot yet do anything with what they know. And by the time they would be old enough to do something, the floating timeline has reset them to the age where they are just beginning to know again. The children of Springfield see everything. The loop prevents them from doing anything with what they see. And so they keep seeing it. Fresh, every episode, the same discovery, endlessly renewed. The specific way that Springfield's children interact with each other, the social dynamics of Springfield Elementary's student body, reveals something important about how the town's power structure replicates itself generationally. The hierarchy of Springfield Elementary is not an accident. It is a scaled-down reproduction of Springfield's adult social structure, with all the same positions mapped onto smaller bodies and pitched at a higher vocal register. The bullies occupy the same structural position as the mob operating outside the rules, using physical intimidation as their enforcement mechanism, tolerated by the institution's official authority structure because challenging them would require a confrontation the institution prefers to avoid. Nelson Muntz is not simply a bully. He is the childhood version of what Fat Tony's organization represents in the adult town. The principal and the teachers are the scaled-down version of Springfield's civic institution's nominal authority figures who manage the population within certain parameters without being able or willing to address the fundamental arrangements that actually determine who has power and who does not. Principal Skinner is, in his own way, the childhood version of Mayor Quimby, an official authority figure operating within and around constraints imposed by arrangements he did not create and cannot fully challenge. Bart occupies the position of the creative resistant, the person who identifies the hypocrisy of the official authority structure and responds through individual action rather than institutional engagement. This is exactly the position Homer's mother occupied in adult Springfield before Burns drove her underground. The resistant position, the one that refuses accommodation and insists on naming the thing directly, is the most authentic and the most costly one to inhabit. Lisa occupies the position of the institutionally aligned reformer, the person who believes the system can be improved through proper engagement with its official mechanisms. This is a different form of resistance than Bart's, one that accepts the legitimacy of the institution while pushing it toward better versions of itself. It is a position that costs differently than Bart's less immediate danger, more sustained frustration, and produces different outcomes. Lisa wins more individual arguments than Bart does and changes fewer fundamental things. Milhouse occupies the position of the compliant who has no power even within his compliance. He follows Bart, who is the resistant. He does not benefit from Bart's resistance. He is shaped by it, carried by it, occasionally saved by it, but he brings nothing to the dynamic that produces the resistance. He is the person whose compliance with the system protects him from nothing, while offering him none of the satisfactions that either genuine resistance or genuine power provide. And Ralph is, in this framework, the system's unconscious, the part that operates outside the official logic, that produces outputs the official logic cannot account for, that reveals through its apparent randomness the shape of things that the official framework works to obscure. This is Springfield Elementary, and it is also Springfield. The children are not preparing for adulthood in Springfield. They are practicing the specific skills that Springfield's adult social structure will require of them. They are learning, early, the positions they will occupy, learning them through years of playground rehearsal before they are old enough to understand that the playground was preparation. The tragedy of this is not that the positions are harmful, though some of them are. The tragedy is that the positions are determined before the children have had the opportunity to choose them. The child who occupies the bully position is not doing so out of free choice. The child who occupies the compliant position is not doing so out of free choice. The positions are assigned by the circumstances of the family, the neighborhood, the economic situation, the specific way that each child's formative experience has shaped their relationship to power. Springfield's children are inheriting their social positions from their parents and their community's institutional arrangements, just as every generation of Springfield's population has inherited its social position from the generation before. The school is where the inheritance is first enacted, before anyone is old enough to examine whether they want what they have been given. This is what it means to grow up in Springfield. Not the specific pranks or the specific classroom disasters or the specific adventures that fill the episodes. It means inheriting a position in a structure that was created before you were born and that will persist after you. It means learning to navigate a social world whose fundamental arrangements are not yours to change. Some of Springfield's children will resist this inheritance. Bart resists it in his way. Lisa resists it in her different way. Most of them will not. Most of them will grow into the positions their childhood has rehearsed, and they will occupy those positions in adult Springfield in the same way that every previous generation of Springfield's adults occupied theirs. The town perpetuates itself through its children. The inheritance passes, the structure holds. That is what childhood in Springfield is for. Number Section 8. Springfield's Lost Decades, the 1970s Gap. There is a period in Springfield's history that the show circles constantly without ever looking at directly. The 1970s in Springfield, specifically the period between approximately 1968 and 1981, is referenced more than almost any other era in the show's historical footnotes, implied in more backstories, and present in more of the town's institutional arrangements than any other decade. And it has never, in 36 seasons, been the subject of a sustained examination. This is not an accident. The gaps in any story are as intentional as the content. The writers know what they're not showing you. And what they're not showing you about Springfield's 1970s is substantial enough to constitute a buried chapter of the town's history. Let's build up to the gap by establishing what we do know about the period. Mona Simpson was radicalized during this era. The episode that establishes her backstory places her activism in a context that is clearly late 1960s and early 1970s. The language of the counterculture, the specific political targets, the organizational structures of the activist groups she was involved with all belong to this period. Burns's biological weapons laboratory, which was her group's target, was operating during this era. This means Burns was manufacturing weaponized pathogens in Springfield during the late 1960s and early 1970s, a period that, canonically, we know very little about otherwise. The Springfield nuclear power plant's early history belongs to this era as well. The plant was established, its early operational period falls in this window, and the foundational safety violations that have defined its operation for decades were presumably established during this formative period. The plant's culture, its tolerance for violations, its management approach, its institutional relationship with Burns was shaped during these years. Abe Simpson's life story also passes through this period. Abe is a character whose reliability as a narrator is legendarily poor. He contradicts himself constantly, revises his personal history without apparent awareness of the contradictions, and treats his own memory as a kind of creative project rather than a factual record. But even accounting for this unreliability, the 1970s are a period that Abe both references frequently and describes particularly inconsistently. He has more stories set in this era than almost any other, and those stories are more internally contradictory than his stories from other periods. This suggests that the 1970s are a period of particularly compressed and significant personal history for Abe, a time when a lot happened, and when what happened was complicated enough to resist simple narration. The contradictions in Abe's stories about this era are not just his general unreliability as a narrator. They are the specific contradictions of someone who is managing a set of events that don't fit into a single coherent story. What was Abe managing during the 1970s? His deal with Burns, the arrangement by which Homer was guaranteed employment at the plant in exchange for Abe's silence about some crime Burns had committed, is the most significant piece. This deal was made during a period when Burns was clearly engaged in activities that went well beyond the operation of a nuclear power plant. The biological weapons laboratory, the establishment of the plant's foundational corruption, the systematic acquisition of influence over Springfield's institutions, all of this was happening during the 1970s. Abe knew about at least one piece of this. He stumbled onto a crime or a secret or a piece of information that Burns considered valuable enough to bribe his way out of. The nature of that crime has never been specified. The show has left it deliberately vague. But the timing, the mid-1970s, the period when Burns was most actively building his Springfield empire, suggests it was something that went to the core of what Burns was constructing. If Abe discovered, for example, that Burns's nuclear plant had already begun producing the health effects that would define Springfield's medical history for the next half-century, and Burns bought his silence, then the deal between Abe and Burns is not just the corrupt arrangement of two individuals. It is the original act of the cover-up that has defined Springfield's relationship to its own environmental reality ever since. Abe knowing and accepting payment to stay quiet was, in that reading, the moment Springfield officially agreed to become what it is. The moment the social contract of forgetting was first formalized. The 1970s are when the deal was made. Everything since is just the maintenance of the deal. Fat Tony's operation also has roots that trace back to this period, though the show's canonical references to the mob's history are even more sparse than its references to Burns's foundational era. What can be inferred is that the integration of organized crime into Springfield's civic infrastructure, the arrangement with law enforcement, the relationships with the municipal government, the specific equilibrium between legitimate and illegitimate power that defines the town's current structure was established during the same era. This would mean that the 1970s saw the simultaneous crystallization of the three power structures that have run Springfield ever since: Burns's industrial empire, the mob's criminal infrastructure, and the municipal government's role as public-facing manager of a town that is actually managed from below. All three of these systems were finding their current forms at the same time. All three were making the arrangements that would define their relationships to each other for the next 50 years. And all of this was happening while Mona Simpson was underground, while Abe was making his deal, while Homer was growing up in a household that was living in the immediate aftermath of these events without knowing it, and while Springfield's general population was experiencing the beginning of what we would later understand as the radiation effects, the first generation of mutations, the first evidence of environmental contamination, the first signs of the cognitive changes that would gradually make the town incapable of looking directly at what was happening to it. The 1970s are Springfield's founding moment. Not the original founding of the town, which goes back further and has its own buried history, but the founding of Springfield as we know it. The arrangements made during that decade created the town that appears in the show. Everything about Springfield that makes it strange, its power structure, its relationship to its own history, its specific varieties of institutional dysfunction was set in motion during the period the show has most carefully avoided examining directly. This avoidance is itself significant. The show has devoted episodes to Springfield's history across many different periods: colonial Springfield, Civil War Springfield, Springfield in the 1920s, Springfield in the immediate post-World War II period. The show is not averse to historical episodes. It has the tools and the appetite for them. But the 1970s, the actual founding era of the show's present-day Springfield, have remained largely unexplored in any sustained or direct way. The period is referenced. Characters who lived through it tell stories about it. But the era itself has never been depicted with the kind of direct sustained attention that would make its events visible and verifiable. This is a choice, and the most generous interpretation of that choice is that the writers haven't gotten around to it. The less generous interpretation is that the 1970s episode, the one that would show you how Springfield became what it is, would also show you things that the show's current structure depends on not showing. If you depicted the 1970s directly, if you showed Burns establishing his empire, showed the mob making its arrangements, showed Abe making his deal, showed the beginning of the environmental contamination, showed the original acts of institutional corruption that have been running quietly ever since, you would not just be making a historical episode, you would be making an explanation. And an explanation of how Springfield got to be the way it is would necessarily imply a judgment about what Springfield is, which would require the show to take a position it has carefully avoided taking for 36 years. The show's genius is that it describes Springfield's dysfunction without explaining it. It shows you the effects without tracing them to their causes. It puts all the evidence in front of you and then relies on the frame of comedy to prevent the evidence from assembling itself into an indictment. The 1970s episode would be the indictment, the episode that traces every current dysfunction to its origin. The episode that shows you who made the decision that made Springfield this way and what they knew when they made it. It would be one of the most devastating pieces of television ever made, which is probably why they've never made it. There is one more aspect of the 1970s gap that belongs in this section, and it is the most speculative but also in some ways the most compelling. The 1970s were the decade in which a specific generation of Springfield residents, the people who are now the parents, grandparents, and institutional figures of the current show came of age, made their foundational choices, and established the relationships and arrangements that define the town's current structure. Abe's generation had the war and the post-war period as their formative experience. They were built by something outside Springfield, something that preceded its current dysfunction. Homer's generation, the people who were children and teenagers in the 70s, were the first generation formed entirely inside Springfield's emerging dysfunction. They were the children of people who were beginning to be affected by the radiation without knowing it. educated in institutions that were beginning to be shaped by Burns's influence, raised in a community that was in the process of making the collective agreement to forget that would define its future. Homer's generation is the first fully Springfield generation, the first group of people who grew up entirely inside the loop without the outside reference point that their parents' pre-Springfield experiences had provided. And the characteristics of Homer's generation, the cognitive patterns, the relationship to authority, the specific ways in which they process and respond to information about their own circumstances are exactly what you would expect from people who spent their formative years in an environment that was already beginning to produce its distinctive effects. Springfield was made in the 1970s. The people who made it are still there. And the people they raised, the Homers and the Marges and the Barneys and the Lindas, who grew up in Springfield's formative decade, are the adults who now run what their parents created. The loop was set in the 1970s. It has been running ever since. And the only way to truly understand it is to understand where it started, which is exactly what the show has consistently made impossible to see. The reason the 1970s are the show's lost decade, the decade it circles without examining, is that they are the decade in which the current cast of characters was being formed. Homer was a child in this period. He was absorbing the world as children absorb it, without filter, without distance, without the critical apparatus that experience eventually provides. He was being shaped by what was around him, and what was around him was the infrastructure of Burns's empire being built, the mob's institutional relationships being established, his mother being driven underground, and his father making a deal he would never explain. This is the decade in which Homer's damage was written. Not the crayon, not the coma, not the radiation alone. The damage of that specific period in Springfield's history, when the arrangements were being made that would define the entire community's future, and when a child named Homer Simpson was simply living in the middle of it without any of the context that might have helped him understand what was happening to his family. Consider the specific quality of damage that gets written in childhood by circumstances the child cannot understand. It is a particular kind of damage, and it is different from the damage that comes from events the child can understand but cannot prevent, and different again from the damage of adult experience. Childhood damage from incomprehensible circumstances produces a specific orientation toward the world, an expectation that significant things will happen to you without your understanding why, that forces larger than yourself will shape your experience in ways you cannot perceive or predict, that the world's behavior toward you is not something you can influence through your own action, because the forces determining that behavior are operating at a level you cannot access. This is Homer's orientation. His extraordinary passivity in the face of systemic conditions, his inability to see the connection between Burns and his mother, his inability to understand his own employment as the product of an arrangement rather than the result of his own choices, is not simply the passivity of low intelligence. It is the passivity of someone who was formed in a period when the significant forces shaping his life were completely invisible to him and could not, even in principle, have been perceived. Homer does not look for systemic causes because Homer was formed in a period when systemic causes were all around him, and he had no tools to see any of them. His childhood taught him that the world acts on you without explanation, that significant things simply happen, that the forces are too large and too invisible to engage. He did not learn this as a proposition, he absorbed it as the basic texture of experience in a decade when his mother disappeared and his father made a deal, and the town's power structure was arranging itself around arrangements he could not see. Marge's childhood in the same period produced a different orientation, and this difference is significant. The Bouvier family inhabited a social position slightly different from the Simpsons, slightly higher on Springfield's social ladder, slightly more insulated from the most acute effects of the economic and institutional arrangements being made in the community's shadow. Marge's childhood was shaped by a different set of conditions, and her adult relationship to the world reflects those different conditions. Marge's orientation is one of agency, the belief that her own action can affect her family's situation, that the forces operating on her life are at least partially responsive to her efforts. This is why she tries. This is why she invests in her relationships, her community, her various civic and domestic projects, with a level of genuine effort that the outcomes often do not justify. She acts as though her action matters, because her childhood gave her enough evidence that it sometimes did to make the belief sustainable. Homer acts as though his action does not matter, because his childhood gave him evidence, overwhelming and accumulated and never explained, that the world acts on people rather than responding to them. Two children in the same decade, in the same town, shaped by slightly different positions within the same institutional arrangement into fundamentally different relationships to agency and causality, and then brought together in adulthood into a marriage that works improbably, stubbornly, against all the odds that their different orientations should produce, because Marge's belief in agency is just strong enough to compensate for Homer's absence of it, and Homer's acceptance of the world's arbitrariness is just flexible enough to accommodate whatever the world does without breaking. Their marriage is the accommodation of two childhood formations that should not be compatible but are, and the 1970s, Springfield's lost decade, is where both formations were written. There is one more figure whose story begins in this period, and whose importance to understanding Springfield's current state cannot be overstated. Abe Simpson. Abraham Simpson, Homer's father, is depicted across the show's run as a man whose relationship to his own history is deeply complicated. He is the teller of stories nobody listens to, the keeper of memories nobody credits, the person whose recollections of the past are treated as the confused utterances of an old man whose grip on reality has loosened. But Abe's memories are real, they are specific. They contain detail that would not survive in a genuinely confused mind. The kind of textural specificity that indicates genuine encoding of actual experience rather than confabulation. Abe remembers things clearly. He simply exists in a social context where nobody gives his memories the weight they deserve. And Abe is a man with a secret. Not just the deal with Burns, though that is part of it. Abe has a relationship to Springfield's history in the 1970s that the show has approached repeatedly without ever fully developing. He was present. He was complicit, at least in the sense of choosing accommodation over resistance. He made a choice, and the choice had consequences that he has spent the intervening decades living alongside without explaining. The show has given Abe the characteristics of a man with a guilty conscience. Not dramatically guilty, not tortured by his choices in a way that drives action or demands resolution, but quietly, persistently aware that the current arrangement of his family's life, the specific shape of his son's existence, is partially a product of a decision he made that he never told his son about. Homer works for the man who drove his mother underground, and Abe knows why, and Abe has never told him. And every episode in which Homer and Abe interact carries the weight of this unsaid thing, this enormous structuring, generationally consequential secret that sits in the middle of their relationship without ever being directly addressed. The 1970s are Springfield's foundation. The lost decade is not lost because the show forgot about it. It is lost because looking directly at it would require looking directly at what was built on it. And what was built on it is everything that currently exists in Springfield, every arrangement, every accommodation, every institutional relationship that sustains the current distribution of power and harm. The 1970s are not the past. They are the explanation for the present, and Springfield cannot afford explanations. There is a specific quality to the damage that accumulates when children grow up in environments shaped by secrets they are not told. Homer's childhood was shaped by a secret Abe kept, the secret of Mona, where she actually went, why she actually left, who was responsible for the leaving. Abe told Homer she was dead. He showed him a grave. He closed the question with a lie that was also a mercy, or that Abe told himself was a mercy, or that was simply the easiest available closure for a man who could not explain the truth without explaining his own complicity. The lie produced a specific kind of wound, the wound of believing yourself abandoned, the wound of a child who internalizes the absence as evidence of something deficient in himself, who converts what actually happened, mother driven away by a powerful man's vindictiveness, father making a deal to survive the aftermath, into what feels emotionally true, mother left because of something about the child that made the leaving possible. This conversion happens in children because children are the centers of their own experience in a way that adults who understand causality are not. When something significant happens in a child's world, the child's first interpretive move is to locate the cause within their own sphere of influence. They did something. They were something. They failed to be something. The cause was in them, because the cause of significant things in a child's world is almost always understood to be in the child's relationship to the significant people around them. Mona leaving because Homer was inadequate in some way he could not identify is the childhood processing of an event whose actual cause was completely outside Homer's sphere of influence. Burns's vindictiveness, Abe's complicity, federal law enforcement, the political economy of the late 1960s counterculture. None of these are in Homer's sphere. None of these are causes a child can understand or address. But the wound of the leaving is in Homer's sphere. It is his to carry. And so he carries it as self-referential as a wound about himself rather than about the forces acting on the people around him. This is the deepest way in which the 1970s have never ended for Homer. Not historically, Homer is not frozen in that decade, obviously. But psychologically, the emotional logic of the foundational wound is still operating. The belief that he is the kind of person people leave, that his love is not quite sufficient to produce the reciprocal commitment it seeks, that there is something about him that makes the people he loves most vulnerable to forces that will take them away. This belief was written in the 1970s, and it has been running continuously ever since. It runs so continuously, so quietly, that it has become invisible. It is not a thought Homer has. It is the water he swims in, the ambient emotional orientation that shapes his behavior without his awareness that it is doing so. Every time Homer clings too hard to Marge, every time he panics disproportionately at the possibility of her leaving, every time his need for approval from people who have given him no particular reason to seek it produces behavior that is puzzling to everyone around him. That is the 1970s. That is a child who was told his mother was dead. That is a wound written in a decade that Springfield has collectively agreed to forget, still running in the adult man who never had a chance to process what actually happened before the lie sealed the injury from the outside. When Mona reappeared, when the truth came out, when Homer finally had access to the actual story, the healing should have been available. The cause was now known. The wound's origin was now visible. The belief about himself that the wound had produced could, in theory, be examined and revised in light of the actual facts. But Homer could not do that work. His cognitive limitations, the crayon, the radiation, the decades of accumulated brain-level damage are the specific limitations that make the revision impossible. He does not have the sustained reflective capacity that the revision requires. He understands the facts emotionally. He feels them. They reach him. The reunion with his mother is genuinely moving because it is genuinely felt. But the translation of the emotional understanding into the cognitive revision of a decades-old belief about himself is a step he cannot complete. The wound was written before the damage. The damage prevents the healing. And between the two of them, Homer is a man who has been given the key to the door but cannot lift the key to the lock. This is the most specifically tragic thing in Springfield. Not the radiation, not the corruption, not the institutional failure. The specific tragedy of a man who was given, late, the truth that could have freed him, and who cannot access freedom because what was done to him after the truth was hidden made the freedom unreachable. Mona came back, and it was not enough. Because it was too late. Not too late in the dramatic sense. Too late in the specific neurological sense. The window for the revision had closed before the truth arrived to prompt it. Homer loved his mother. He was loved by her. And the distance between those two facts, the love on both sides, and the life they did not have because of the distance that a powerful man's vindictiveness imposed, is the 1970s, still running, still shaping, still the ground underneath everything that Homer is. Number Section 9. The Parallel Springfield Theory. There is more than one Springfield. Not as a metaphorical statement about the show's inconsistency. Not as a polite way of describing the floating timeline's contradictions. There is evidence, accumulated across decades of Treehouse of Horror episodes, regular canon episodes, and the structural behavior of the show's own reality, that Springfield does not exist in a single continuous version of itself. Springfield splinters. It branches. The same town, with the same characters and the same geography, exists in multiple, slightly different configurations simultaneously, and the characters occasionally move between these configurations without awareness that they have done so. This is not a theory I'm inventing. It is what the evidence, taken seriously, suggests. The strongest evidence comes from the most specific and most consistent variety of Springfield contradiction. The ones that involve the same character being established as definitively dead in one episode and then appearing alive and unreferenced in a subsequent episode, where their death is neither explained nor acknowledged. These resurrections are usually attributed to the reset mechanism. The show forgot that character X died and just put them back in a later episode. This is the standard explanation, and it's probably correct for most individual cases. But there is a subset of these cases where the resurrection is not simply the result of a continuity oversight, where the character returns in circumstances that are too specific, too detailed, too narratively integrated to be simply an error, where someone clearly thought about this return enough to give it context and chose to return the character anyway, without addressing the death. When a character returns from a canonical death with enough narrative context to suggest the return was deliberate, and without any acknowledgement of the inconsistency, the most interesting question is not why the show made a continuity error. The most interesting question is why the show didn't notice the continuity error, given that the return was careful enough to be deliberate in other respects. The answer the parallel Springfield theory provides is that in at least some of these cases, the show is not ignoring a continuity error. It is depicting a version of Springfield in which the death did not occur. The same characters, the same town, but a slightly different configuration. And because the floating timeline already allows for a kind of temporal flexibility that normal shows don't have, this kind of lateral shift between configurations is not jarring in the way it would be in a show with strict continuity. It just looks like the kind of minor inconsistency that every long-running show produces, which is exactly what makes it possible. Let's think about the mechanics of this. If Springfield exists in multiple configurations simultaneously, what would distinguish one configuration from another? Not geography. The town's geography is already variable enough that physical location doesn't reliably indicate which version you're in. Not the main characters, who are consistent across configurations. Not the time period, because the floating timeline means all configurations share a permanent present. What distinguishes one Springfield configuration from another is the status of a small number of specific facts that have been established in some episodes but not others. Someone is alive in one configuration and dead in another. A relationship exists in one configuration and doesn't in another. An event happened in one configuration and didn't in another. These distinctions are subtle enough to be invisible if you're not looking for them. They produce the category of continuity error that gets attributed to oversight the character who died last season, walking through the background in this season, the relationship that was definitively ended being treated as ongoing, the event that reshaped the town being ignored by the characters who lived through it. The show does not intentionally create these moments as evidence of the parallel Springfield theory. They are the byproduct of 36 years of production with imperfect continuity tracking, and the vast majority of them have mundane explanations. But the theory's claim is not that all of these moments are intentional. The theory's claim is that the mechanism they suggest a town that exists in multiple simultaneous configurations, between which characters and events slide without notice, is the mechanism that best accounts for the overall pattern of Springfield's behavior across its complete history. A Springfield that exists in one version would produce continuity errors that, over 36 years, would form random patterns. Errors in both directions, canceling each other out, with no consistent structure. A Springfield that exists in multiple versions would produce continuity errors that cluster around specific categories of fact. The facts that differ between configurations and would be asymmetric in specific ways that reflect the specific differences between versions. The actual pattern of Simpsons continuity errors is not random. They cluster. They are asymmetric. And the categories around which they cluster correspond suspiciously well to the categories of fact that would differ most significantly between slightly different configurations of the same town. Character mortality is the most obvious category. Relationship status is the second. Event history is the third. And in all three categories, the continuity variations in The Simpsons are more structured than pure random error would produce. Now let's think about what produces the branching. If Springfield's timeline generates branches, if the town splits into slightly different configurations at specific moments, what would cause the splits? What would produce the divergence points? The most obvious candidates are the catastrophic events that Springfield regularly experiences and then forgets. When a catastrophic event occurs, and then is forgotten when the dome comes down, when the town burns, when some other irreversible transformation takes place, the show resolves this by treating the event as if it didn't happen. But what if the resolution is not erasure, but branching? When the dome episode ends, Springfield does not erase the dome. Springfield branches into a version where the dome came down and a version where it never came down. The show continues in the version where it never came down, but the version where it did still exists. The events of the dome episode are canon in one branch and non-events in another. The characters in the branch where the dome came down experienced something that the characters in the show's primary branch did not. This would mean that every major reset in Springfield's history has produced a parallel Springfield carrying the memory of what the main timeline is pretending didn't happen. A growing archive of alternate Springfields, each containing the remembered version of events that the primary Springfield has declared non-canonical, which connects directly to the Treehouse of Horror structure. Every year, the show creates a set of events that are declared non-canon. In the parallel Springfield model, these events are not erased. They become the defining events of a parallel Springfield that branches off at the moment the Treehouse episode airs and continues running on its own logic, populated by versions of the characters who experience the horror episode's events as real. There is a parallel Springfield where Homer became a fly-human hybrid. There is a parallel Springfield that was conquered by Kang and Kodos. There is a parallel Springfield where every citizen was turned into a zombie. These Springfields exist. They are running. The people in them are living with the consequences of events that the primary Springfield declared non-canonical. And occasionally, this is the theory's most unsettling specific claim characters slip between configurations. A version of a character from a parallel Springfield appears in the primary Springfield. A character who was definitively killed in one configuration walks through the background of the primary timeline because they are the version of that character who survived. The dead character is not resurrected by error. They are simply the wrong version, the version from a configuration where the death didn't occur. Springfield's continuity errors are not mistakes. They are border crossings. Now let's look at where this theory goes when you combine it with the others. The coma theory proposes that Homer is generating Springfield's reality through an unconscious dreaming process. If the coma theory is true, then every reset, every parallel version, every border crossing is Homer's dreaming brain, generating slightly different versions of the same base content, and not always maintaining perfect consistency between iterations. A dreaming brain doesn't need to be consistent. It just needs to feel right. And the parallel versions of Springfield feel right to the dreaming Homer even when they contradict each other, because dreams don't require logical consistency. The radiation theory proposes that Springfield's physical environment has been altered by nuclear contamination. If the radiation theory is true, then the warping of space and time that produces the town's parallel configurations is a physical effect of the contamination. The same nuclear exposure that produces three-eyed fish and four-fingered humans could produce localized space-time distortions that allow multiple slightly different versions of the same location to coexist. This is not good physics, but it is consistent physics in a world that also contains Homer Simpson's healing rate and Mr. Burns's continuous lifespan. The collective denial theory proposes that Springfield's resets are produced by social agreement. If the collective denial theory is true, then the parallel configurations are produced by the specific content of what Springfield has chosen to forget. Each forgetting event produces a new configuration, the version of Springfield where the forgotten event didn't happen, and the primary Springfield is the most recent in a series of configurations, each produced by the most recent collective act of denial. All three theories accommodate the parallel Springfield framework. None of them require it, but all of them are strengthened by it. Because the parallel Springfield theory provides the mechanism that the other theories assume without explaining. It explains how Springfield can experience events that should alter it permanently and then return to a prior state. Not because the events were erased, because the Springfield that experienced them branched off, and the primary Springfield continuing is the pre-event configuration. Springfield is not a town that forgets. It is a town that branches. And the version of Springfield you're watching, the one that airs on Sunday nights, the one that Bart and Lisa and Homer inhabit, is the version that has consistently been the one that forgot. The branch that accepted the reset rather than carrying the consequence. All the other Springfields are out there, carrying what this one put down. The parallel Springfield theory becomes most useful not as an explanation for continuity errors, but as a framework for understanding what the show is doing when it depicts multiple incompatible versions of the same event. Take the various flashback episodes as a case study. The show has depicted Homer and Marge's meeting in high school multiple times, in multiple contexts, with multiple slightly different versions of what happened. In the canonical version from the early seasons, the meeting has a specific quality that subsequent versions have preserved in broad outline while changing in its details. The meeting is always recognizably the same meeting. It always involves the same emotional dynamics. the same fundamental recognition between the two people, the same beginning of the thing that becomes their marriage. But the details are different. The specific words are different. The specific circumstances leading to the meeting are different. The cultural context, the decade, the music, the fashion is different in ways that reflect the backstory migration we discussed earlier. The surface-level explanation is production. Different writers, different needs for the episode, different amounts of care taken about continuity. These are real factors. They produce real inconsistencies in the show's record. But the parallel Springfield framework offers a more interesting reading. What if each version of the meeting is the version from one of the parallel configurations? What if the show is not depicting the same event from different angles, but genuinely different events from different versions of Springfield? And what if the consistency between them, the fact that they all involve the same fundamental recognition and the same beginning of the same relationship, is the proof that some things are stable across all configurations? The love between Homer and Marge, in this reading, is not a single event that happened once and is remembered imperfectly. It is a constant something that exists in every version of Springfield, in every configuration, in every branch that the reset mechanism has produced. The specific circumstances change. The decade changes. The cultural context changes. But the meeting happens. The recognition happens. The beginning of the thing begins. Some things are invariant across all versions of Springfield. The family is one of them. The love is one of them. The Simpsons on the couch at Evergreen Terrace is one of them. This is what the parallel Springfield theory ultimately reveals. It is not just a mechanism for explaining continuity errors, though it functions as that. It is a description of what is essential versus what is contingent in the show's universe. The things that change between configurations, the specific historical period, the specific backstory details, the specific institutional arrangements that happen to crystallize in each version, are contingent. They are the things that vary. The things that remain constant across all configurations, the family, the love, the fundamental relationships, are essential. They are the things that define Springfield across all its versions. The invariants that identify each configuration as still Springfield, despite all the differences. The show, across 36 years and the various continuity inconsistencies that have accumulated in that time, has been demonstrating something that the parallel Springfield framework makes explicit. What is essential about Springfield is not its geography or its history or its specific institutional arrangements. It is the family. It is always the family. Every version of Springfield is recognizable as Springfield because every version contains Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie on the couch at Evergreen Terrace. The couch is the invariant. The family landing on it is the constant. Everything else, the backstory, the decade, the specific configuration of the community around them, is variable. The parallel Springfield theory sounds like a mechanism for explaining the show's failures of continuity, but it is actually, in its deepest implication, a description of the show's success. A 36-year demonstration that what matters, what persists, what is true across every configuration of the fictional world, is the specific love of this specific family. The continuity errors are the evidence, not of carelessness, but of what the show is willing to let change and what it insists on keeping the same. The backstory can change, the decade can change, the geography can shift between episodes. The institutional arrangements of Springfield can reorganize themselves without acknowledgement. All of that is contingent. All of that is variable. The family is not variable, the family stays. And if every version of Springfield still has Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie, if every branch, every reset, every parallel configuration still has the family on the couch, then the parallel Springfield theory is not a dark reading of a broken show. It is a hopeful one. The multiverse of Springfield is an infinite set of imperfect, contradictory, sometimes catastrophically inconsistent fictional worlds. And every single one of them, without exception, has the same family in it. That family is the point. That family is what all the configurations are built around. That family is what every version of Springfield is, at its core. The floating timeline, the radiation, the coma, the institutional corruption, the mob, the lost decades, the remembering margins, the parallel branches, all of it is the surface. Contingent, variable, subject to the revisions of a floating timeline and the needs of 3 decades of episodic storytelling. Underneath all of it, stable across every version, invariant across every configuration, Homer and Marge in a house on Evergreen Terrace with 3 children who need them. That is not just what Springfield is. It is what Springfield is for. The parallel Springfield theory has an emotional consequence that the theoretical framework tends to obscure, and naming it directly is worth the time. If there are multiple, simultaneous Springfields, if every major event that the show reset produced a branch in which that event was not reset, in which the consequences played out and the characters changed, then, somewhere in the multiverse of Springfield, Bart has grown up. Lisa has grown up. Maggie has spoken. Homer has understood. Marge has been asked what she wants and has been given it. These other Springfields exist within the logic of the theory. They are the branches where the reset did not occur, where the floating timeline was allowed to land, where the consequences of 36 years of living accumulated into actual development. In the branch that produced from the Springfield movie, Springfield came out of the dome a different town. The community that had been sealed off from its own consequences, that had been allowed to externalize its pollution and its negligence and its institutional failures onto a world that it did not have to face directly, that community, sealed inside a glass dome with all of its failures, was forced into a reckoning. And in the branch where that reckoning was completed, rather than reset, Springfield became something it is not in the primary timeline, something that had faced itself. In the branch that produced from Marge Gets a Job, where Burns's pursuit of Marge was taken seriously as the institutional power abuse it was rather than played for comedy, the power dynamic between Burns and Springfield's residents changed. A reckoning with what an employer does when he uses his position to pursue a subordinate produced, in that branch, a different relationship between the town and its largest employer. In the branch where Homer removed the crayon and stayed smart, where the episode did not reset, where Homer did not choose to return to the familiar fog Homer understood, he saw the architecture of his own suffering clearly for the first time. He saw Burns. He saw the deal. He saw the arrangement. He saw what had been done to his mother and to him and to the potential of the person he could have been. And in that branch, the seeing produced action that the primary timeline's Homer is not capable of. These branches are not visible to us. We are in the primary timeline, the one that resets. But the theory proposes that they exist, that somewhere for every reset the primary timeline enacted, there is a Springfield that did not reset. That made a different choice. That carried the consequence forward. And in those Springfields, things are different. Not perfect. The other branches carry their own costs, their own losses, their own forms of failure. The branches where Homer stayed smart are not utopias. The clarity came with its own grief, its own loneliness, its own costs that the fog was protecting against. The branches where Springfield faced its institutional failures are not communities at peace. The reckoning was painful and incomplete and generated its own resistance. Change in Springfield, even in the branches where it was allowed, did not arrive gently. But in those branches, things happened. Development occurred. The loop was interrupted, and something other than the loop took place. Characters grew. The floating timeline landed. And whatever was on the other side of the landing, whatever Springfield is in those branches after the development, after the consequences, after the thing that happens when you stop resetting and let time actually pass, that Springfield exists, the comfort of the parallel Springfield theory, if there is comfort in it, is this. Everything the primary timeline chose not to become is real somewhere. The versions of the characters that development would have produced are not fictional. They are in the branches. They exist in the logic of the theory. They are the Simpsons that were, in every branching moment, the other option. The other option always existed. Springfield always could have been different. The choice to reset, to forget, to maintain the loop, these were choices. They closed off branches. But the branches they closed off are still real in the only sense that matters for comfort. They represent the genuine possibility that was always there. Springfield could have been otherwise. The theory says so, and the theory is consistent with everything the show has established. The comfort is not in what happened, but in what could have happened, still present in the shape of the paths not taken. That is not nothing. In a town that is made forgetting its primary institutional capacity, the knowledge that the other options were always real, that the branches are there, even if the primary timeline can never access them, is the closest thing to hope that the parallel Springfield theory can offer. And it offers it quietly, without announcement, as a logical consequence of the mechanism, available to anyone who follows the implication to its end. Number Section 10. What happens when the show ends? The Simpsons will end. This is a fact that the show has never quite been willing to fully contemplate, even as it has been operating, by any reasonable measure, well past the point where most shows accept their ending. 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes, the longest-running scripted primetime show in the history of American television. And it continues. New episodes air. New contracts are signed. The machinery keeps producing. But the machinery is producing against a background awareness that everyone in the industry has and nobody quite says out loud. At some point, The Simpsons will air its last episode. The credits will roll one final time. The couch gag will play and nothing will come after it, and Springfield will be over. What does that mean? For the show, for its characters, for the theories that we have been building across this entire video, what happens when the loop finally stops? The show has imagined its own ending multiple times. These imagined endings are among the most significant documents in the show's mythology, precisely because they reveal what the writers think about what Springfield is and what it would mean to close it. The most famous imagined ending is the flash-forward series that began in earnest with Season 6's Lisa's Wedding and has been revisited periodically since. In these episodes, the show projects its characters forward in time, ages them, shows them as adults living in a future Springfield. The technique allows the show to acknowledge the passage of time, to admit that its characters would age if time were permitted to pass, while safely containing that acknowledgement within a clearly labeled future episode frame that has no bearing on the perpetual present of regular Springfield. These flash-forwards are the show's version of looking at the thing it refuses to look at directly. They are the permitted contemplation of an ending. In the flash-forward, Bart grows up. Lisa becomes the person she's been becoming since the first season. Homer and Marge grow old. The family changes. The house changes. Springfield changes. And the show gets to show you all of this while maintaining the protective fiction that it's a what-if, not a plan. But the emotional truth of these episodes is not protected by their hypothetical framing. When Lisa's Wedding shows you an adult Lisa on the brink of a marriage, and you see Homer preparing to walk his daughter down the aisle, the grief in that episode is not hypothetical. It is real grief, carefully and precisely rendered. The grief of a father contemplating the completion of his child. The grief of a show contemplating the completion of its family. The Simpsons knows what it is losing by not ending. It knows that the choice to maintain the floating timeline, to keep Bart at 10, and Lisa at 8, and Maggie at 1, is a choice to never let the family complete itself. To freeze them at the moment before the story resolves. The flash-forward episodes are the show acknowledging this knowledge and then pulling back from it, returning to the permanent present because the alternative is too much to sustain. There is an ending that the show has imagined most consistently, across its various flash-forwards and speculative episodes, that functions as a through line, an implied destination that every version of the show's future seems to converge on. In this ending, Bart and Lisa are adults. They have found, with varying degrees of success, the lives that the show has been preparing them for since the beginning. Lisa has achieved something. Bart has settled into something. Homer and Marge are older, still together, still in the house on Evergreen Terrace, still structurally intact as a couple despite everything they have been through, because the show's emotional core cannot survive Marge and Homer separating, and in every version of the future the show has imagined, they haven't. Maggie is always the wild card in these imagined endings. The show cannot commit to a future for Maggie, because committing to Maggie's future would require committing to Maggie's full development, to the story of what the most extraordinary person in the Simpson family became when she finally had the time and freedom to become it. And that story is the one the show has been building toward without ever quite writing for 36 years. Maggie's imagined endings are therefore the most emotionally explosive of all of them. The moments where she speaks, where she acts, where she steps out of her infant stasis and into something that the show has been promising since the moment Elizabeth Taylor voiced her first word. These moments, in every flash-forward episode that contains them, land with a force that is completely disproportionate to their brevity, because they are not just plot points in a hypothetical future. They are the show acknowledging what it has been holding back. Maggie's first word is "Daddy," and the choice of that word, not hello, not more, not any of the first words children typically produce, but the specific word that is addressed to Homer, is the key to what Maggie's ending actually means. In every version of Maggie's future the show has permitted, her first adult act is oriented toward Homer, toward her father, toward the man who is, depending on which theory you find most compelling, either her physically present but cognitively absent father, or the dreaming mind that created her, or the man whose choices and history and damage are the reason she is who she is. Maggie's ending is always, somehow, about Homer, about what she is to him and what he means to her, about the relationship between the most extraordinary person in the family and the most damaged one, about what gets passed between generations, what gets inherited, what gets transformed. The show has 7 different conversations to finish before it can end. The relationship between Homer and his father, the relationship between Homer and his own history, the resolution of the question of what Springfield is and why it is that way, the question of what Maggie becomes, the question of whether Bart's rebellion ever finds its proper object, the question of whether Lisa's idealism has ever been vindicated, and the question of whether Marge's patience was worth what it cost her. None of these conversations have been finished. All of them are in progress. All of them have been in progress for 36 years. This is the show's real continuity problem, not the resurrection of dead secondary characters or the migration of backstories. The real continuity problem is that the show began 7 conversations with its audience and has been having them, slowly, elliptically, incompletely, for longer than most of the audience has been alive. And it cannot finish any of them without finishing all of them, because they're not 7 separate conversations. They're one conversation with 7 threads, and pulling any thread to its conclusion pulls all the others. The show cannot end Homer and Abe without ending Homer and Springfield. Cannot end Homer and Springfield without ending the Burns story. Cannot end the Burns story without ending the mob story and the radiation story and the cover-up story. Cannot end those without ending Maggie's silence. Cannot end Maggie's silence without ending Bart's rebellion. Cannot end Bart's rebellion without ending Lisa's idealism. Cannot end Lisa's idealism without ending Marge's patience. Everything in Springfield is connected. Every thread is attached to every other thread. And the show has been terrified, for 36 years, of pulling any single one, because it knows that pulling one means pulling all of them. This is why it doesn't end. Not because the contracts keep getting renewed, though they do. Not because the show is still popular, though it is. The show doesn't end because ending requires resolution, and resolution requires choosing what Springfield actually was. And choosing what Springfield actually was requires the show to take a position on itself that it has spent 36 years carefully not taking. Is Springfield a town poisoned by a corrupt billionaire? Is it the dream of a dying man? Is it a community that chose its own blindness? Is it all 3? Is it something else entirely, something the show has been circling without landing on, waiting for the right moment to commit? The ending will answer this question, because endings answer everything. Every story's final chapter retroactively defines what all the previous chapters were building toward. The ending of The Simpsons will tell us definitively what The Simpsons was. And the show is not ready for us to know. There is a category of ending that would satisfy the radiation theory, the coma theory, the power structure theory, and the collective denial theory simultaneously. This is the ending where Springfield's hidden nature is finally made visible, not through a dramatic external revelation, but through the simple accumulation of events reaching a point where denial is no longer possible. In this ending, something happens that Springfield's usual mechanisms cannot absorb, an event that cannot be reset, a truth that cannot be voted away, a consequence that has been building for 36 years, sustained by the interconnected weight of every maintained lie and every forgetting and every collective agreement to not look at the thing that is obviously there, and the consequence finally arrives, too large to be absorbed, too structurally important to be ignored. And the town, confronted with this finally unavoidable truth, has to make a choice. Not the choice Springfield has made every previous time, the choice to forget, to vote the truth illegal, to expel the person who insists on speaking it, a real choice. Between continuing to maintain a reality that costs more than it's worth, or acknowledging what is actually happening and beginning, for the first time, to deal with it. The ending of The Simpsons in this version is not Homer dying, not the family splitting up, not Springfield being destroyed. It is Springfield waking up, the town finally seeing itself. Not through the softening lens of comedy or the protective frame of satire, but directly, clearly, with all the difficulty and grief and responsibility that direct, clear seeing entails. This ending would be the hardest thing the show has ever produced. It would require the show to give up the ironic distance that has been its primary defense mechanism for 3.5 decades. It would require genuine vulnerability, which is not a quality that animated primetime comedies are structured to deliver. But it would be an honest ending, an ending that honored what the show has actually been doing for all these years underneath the jokes, which is asking a very simple, very hard question about the kind of community we build together, the choices we make about what to see and what to ignore, the price we pay for comfort, and the price we pay for truth. The Simpsons has been asking this question since December 17, 1989. It has asked it in the form of a cartoon family in a yellow town with a cracked nuclear reactor on the horizon and a billionaire who can never remember anyone's name. And the question has never been answered because every answer changes everything. Consider what a final episode would actually need to contain to constitute a genuine ending, rather than an arbitrary stopping point. It would need to show us Homer in a moment of genuine clarity, not the temporary clarity of the crayon removal episode, which was revoked before it could do any real damage to the status quo. A clarity that stays. A moment where the accumulated weight of everything Homer has been told and has refused to fully process his mother's exile, his father's deal, Burns's deliberate corruption of his cognitive environment, the 36 years of work inside the facility that made all of this possible assembles itself into a picture he can see and sit with. This moment would not be comfortable. Homer, at full cognitive capacity, confronted with the architecture of his own victimization, is not a funny premise. It is an extraordinary one, because it is the premise of a man who has been used by a system so comprehensive that even its effects on his own brain were used against him, discovering what was done to him and having to decide what to do with that discovery. Does Homer forgive? Does he act? Does he accept? Does he grieve? The show has never committed to an answer, because committing to an answer would require committing to a version of Homer that exists on the other side of all of this. A Homer who has processed his history. And a Homer who has processed his history is a Homer who has grown, and a Homer who has grown is a Homer who has aged, and a Homer who has aged is a Homer at the end of his story. The ending can only begin when Homer starts to understand what he has been living inside of. And then there is the question of what Maggie says. Because Maggie will speak. In any genuine ending, Maggie will speak. The show has been maintaining her silence for 36 years with the care of something that is being saved for a specific moment. The silence is too deliberate, too consistently managed, too central to what Maggie's character means to be anything other than a preparation. She is the bow that has been drawn since the beginning. The ending is when the arrow is finally released. What does Maggie say? The show has never answered this. But the person who has been watching Springfield with full comprehension since the day she was born, who has understood what the radiation is doing, and what Burns is doing, and what the collective denial is doing, and what it costs the people inside it, that person, when she finally speaks, will say something that encompasses all of it. She will say what Springfield is, what it has been, what it cost, and what, if anything, comes next. That's the ending. Maggie Simpson finally speaking, and what she says being the summary of everything the show has spent 36 years building toward. The most perceptive person in Springfield, who has been watching everything and saying nothing, opening her mouth and telling us what she saw. The audience will already know most of it because the audience has been watching alongside her. But hearing it said, hearing it organized into language, given the weight of Maggie's 36-year silence, will change what it means. Will make it feel real in a way that all the implied evidence never quite does. There is a version of this ending where it's funny, where Maggie speaks and what she says is perfectly calibrated to be both devastating and comic, in the way the show's best moments have always managed to be both of those things at once. Where the truth she speaks is hard enough to ache and light enough to laugh at. Where Springfield hears it and responds with its characteristic mixture of obliviousness and unexpected grace. There is a version where it's not funny at all, where Maggie speaks and what she says is simply true, and simple truth in Springfield is so unfamiliar that it lands like a foreign object in a familiar space. Where the town doesn't laugh because it doesn't know how to respond to something that hasn't been processed through the comedy filter. There is a version where it changes nothing and a version where it changes everything. And the choice between those versions is the last creative decision the show will ever make, the one that retroactively defines what all of it was. The Simpsons will end. The couch gag will play one final time. Homer will say something, or Marge will say something, or Bart will do something irreverent and perfectly calibrated. And then the credits will roll. and Springfield will be over. Or maybe it won't be over at all. Maybe the loop is so well constructed, so deeply embedded in the cultural fabric of the country that produced it, that it doesn't stop when the show does. Maybe Springfield keeps going in the imagination of everyone who ever watched it, in the specific shape of the house on Evergreen Terrace that everyone who grew up with this show can picture with perfect accuracy: the orange couch and the wall paint and the stairs and the kitchen table, with the 4 chairs that have been arranged exactly the same way for 36 years. Maybe the ending of The Simpsons is not the end of Springfield. Maybe Springfield's ending comes later, privately, individually, for each person who watches the final episode and then lives with it, who carries Springfield inside them for however many years they have left, watching it slowly become a memory instead of a current event, feeling the specific grief of a place that was always now becoming a place that was then. That's what an ending actually does. In the end, it moves something from the present tense to the past tense. It takes something that is always happening and makes it something that happened. The Simpsons is always happening, Springfield is always now, and when it ends, it will always have been, which is the only kind of forever available to things that exist in time. The floating timeline will finally land, the capsule will open, and everything inside it will have aged all at once, not the characters, who will still be the ages they always were, but the experience of them. The specific experience of watching The Simpsons being alive, of knowing that somewhere a new episode was being made, of having a Springfield that was still running. That experience will have aged, will have become the past, will have become the thing you remember rather than the thing you have. And then you'll turn off the television, or close the app, or do whatever the equivalent action is in whatever technological form the final Simpsons episode is delivered in, and you'll go on with your life. And Springfield will still be there, in whatever form things exist in after they've ended, in the form of 36 seasons of episodes still available to watch, still containing all of their mysteries and theories and buried storylines and continuity errors and moments of genuine beauty, still containing Bart's eternal 10-year-old energy and Lisa's 8-year-old idealism and Maggie's magnificent watching silence and Homer's impossible resilience and Marge's patience, which has cost her more than we'll ever fully know and which she has maintained without breaking for 36 years. All of it will still be there. The theories won't stop being interesting when the show stops. Springfield won't stop being Springfield when the new episodes stop coming. The iceberg doesn't melt just because the ship has passed. It stays, like everything in Springfield, preserved in the particular amber of a show that never let its characters age, never let its town change, never let its loop break. Bart is still 10 years old, Lisa is still 8, Maggie is still watching, and the couch is still orange, and it will be forever. Sunday evening at 8 o'clock, and something is about to happen in Springfield, and we're going to watch it happen, and it is going to be okay. It is always going to be okay. That's the promise The Simpsons made in 1989 and has kept every single week since. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's everything. Maybe that's the theory that explains all the others. Springfield exists because we need it to. Because there is a place inside the people who watch this show where a specific version of home lives, the version that never changes, that always has the light on, that always has the table set and the couch ready and the same faces in the same places and the same comforting particular mess of a life being lived. Springfield is that place. For everyone who ever watched it. For everyone who ever laughed at a joke in an episode they still remember 20 years later. For everyone who ever fell asleep in front of it and woke up to the theme music and felt, for a moment, completely at peace. That's where Springfield is. That's where it has always been. Not in any particular state, not in any registerable address, not in the gap between Ohio and Nevada and Maine. In the exact interior space that a child opens up when they first understand that a story can be a home. That fiction is a place you can actually live in, really live in, not just visit. That the people in it are real enough to love and to miss and to need. Springfield is in there. It has been in there since the beginning. And it will be there after the ending. That's not a theory. That's just true. There is something specific that happens in the last few minutes before sleep that is worth naming here, because this video exists in that space and was made for it. The last few minutes before sleep are the time when the defenses come down, when the filtering that your waking mind applies to everything, the constant sorting of relevant from irrelevant, important from trivial, the things to think about versus the things to set aside, that filtering relaxes. And what comes up in the relaxing is not always what you would have predicted. It is often the things you care about most, stripped of the distance that daytime thinking maintains. If you are here, if you have been in Springfield for this long, something about this town matters to you. Not the plots, not the specific episodes, not the theoretical framework of the iceberg. Something more basic than any of those. Something about a family on a couch, something about a father who means well and keeps failing and tries again. Something about a mother who holds everything together because if she does not, it will not be held. Something about children who are too young to understand what they are growing up inside, but who will grow up inside it anyway and be shaped by it in ways they will spend their adult lives trying to understand. You have been in this family for some part of your life. Not as a member, obviously, but in the way that you inhabit a fiction, when the fiction is good enough, when the people in it feel real enough that their problems carry weight, their joys produce something that functions like vicarious joy. Their loves make you think about the loves in your own life and what they cost and what they are worth. The Simpsons has been good enough for 36 years. Not consistently, the show has had its lesser periods. Its seasons where the ideas ran thinner and the jokes felt more obligatory, and the emotional depth of the early years was harder to find. But underneath even the lesser work, the family persisted. Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie, still on the couch, still themselves, still the thing the show is about when it is about anything at all. The theories we have been exploring tonight are real, in the sense that the evidence for them is genuinely in the show, and the implications are genuinely worth examining. The radiation theory has legs. The coma theory has legs. The institutional conspiracy, the parallel Springfield, the question of what the floating timeline is doing to the character's psychological reality, all of it has legs. All of it is in there, if you know to look. But the theories are not the point. They are the iceberg, and the iceberg is not the ocean. The point, the thing, at the center of everything, the thing all the theories are circling is the same thing it has always been. A family. A specific, imperfect, frequently dysfunctional, consistently loving family, navigating the specific, imperfect world they happen to live in. That is all. That is the whole thing. Homer is not a symbol. He is a man who loves his family more than he loves anything else, and who consistently fails to be as good as that love deserves, and who tries again the next episode because that is what the love requires. This is not a lesson. It is just a fact about a person. A fact that, reproduced in enough detail across enough episodes, becomes indistinguishable from the fact of a real person. Marge is not a long-suffering placeholder for the idealized domestic woman. She is a specific person with a specific way of moving through the world, a way that requires her to absorb things, to manage things, to be the buffer between her family and the consequences of their various catastrophes. She does this not because she is a saint, but because she is committed to the family, to what the family can be when it is working, to the specific version of her life that the family makes possible, even with everything the family costs. Bart is not the symbol of rebellion or the vehicle for irreverence. He is a 10-year-old boy who knows he is smart in ways the school does not reward and who has found, through an accumulation of pranks and defiances, a way to be himself in a world that would prefer he be someone easier. The rebellion is how he maintains the self. Without the rebellion, he would be nothing more than what Springfield's institutions want him to be. Lisa is not the mouthpiece for the show's liberal politics. She is a child who cares too much about things she cannot control, who is brilliant enough to see clearly what most adults around her cannot or will not see, and who has not yet learned, and the floating timeline ensures she will never finish learning the specific painful lesson about which things are worth fighting for when fighting has such consistent costs. And Maggie is the mystery, the one the show has been keeping the most carefully. The intelligence behind the eyes, the capability behind the silence, the promise of something that 36 years has been building toward without yet delivering. Maggie is the future of the family, the one who has seen everything and said nothing and is waiting for what, exactly, the show has not yet found it possible to say. She is waiting for the right moment. The show is waiting for the right moment to let her have it. We are all waiting. The ending of The Simpsons will be one of the significant events in the history of American popular culture, not because of what it will mean for the television industry, or for animated comedy, or for the particular traditions of the long-running sitcom, because of what it will mean to the people who grew up with this family, who spent Sunday nights with them across decades of their own lives, who watched Bart be 10 when they were 10, and then watched him still be 10 when they were 40, and understood, without being told, what it meant that he had not aged. It meant that the couch was still there, that the family was still intact, that the thing you loved, in whatever year you first loved it, could still be found exactly where you left it. The ending means that you cannot go back and find it there anymore. It means the couch is in the past. It means the family has joined the other things you loved that became past the childhood bedroom, the house where someone important to you used to live, the version of yourself that you were when you first encountered Springfield. These are not trivial things to lose. Even fictional losses have weight when the fiction was good enough. Even the ending of a cartoon family's permanent present has the quality of ending that is the thing all ending, has the finality, the irreversibility, the specific grief of something being over. But here is what the coma theory, of all the theories, gets exactly right about the emotional logic of The Simpsons. If Homer is dreaming, if the dream is love, if the dream is the desire to hold on to the family at the moment before they were lost, then the ending of the show is not the ending of the dream. It is the fulfillment of it. Homer woke up in the coma theory, and the waking was not loss. The waking was the completion of the thing the dream was for the return to the family, in whatever form the return takes, after whatever time has passed. The show's ending when it comes is not Springfield ending. It is Springfield completing. The loop that was started in December of 1989 finally closing, not because it failed, but because it finished. Because the thing it was for the confirmation of the family, the weekly proof that the center holds has been given enough times. Enough times that it will persist. That it is in you now, The Simpsons, in the specific way that things you have loved long enough and well enough become part of you. Not as memories, exactly memories fade, memories are imprecise. As something more durable than memory, as a way of understanding certain things about family and love and failure and persistence that you did not have before you had The Simpsons, and that you will not lose when the show ends. They taught you something. Maybe you knew it before. Maybe the show only confirmed what you already suspected. But it confirmed it in a specific way, with specific people, in a specific yellow house on a specific fictional street, and the confirmation is yours now and cannot be taken back. That is what the end of The Simpsons means. Not the loss, the keeping. The fact that it is in you now, the permanent past of a permanent family, sealed by the ending into the kind of thing that does not change because it is over. Bart is 10 years old. He will always be 10 years old. Lisa is 8. She will always be 8. Maggie is 1. And Homer and Marge are on the couch, together, in the house that is every house and no house, in the town that is every town and no town. The loop has not ended. The loop is in you, and you can go back whenever you need to. You know where to find them. You always will. Good night.